Chapter 4039. As soon as he said this, the several heads of Kai Xing were aghast. Was this for real? How could someone be so crazy? Did he not want to live anymore? But looking at young Kai's previous performance and response at this moment, there was no doubt that he was really cultivating some kind of divine technique. There was great terror and fear between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. Wandering before the gates of hell could often give people a flash of inspiration and enlightenment. Chen Tianfei and the others were heaven-opening realm masters, and had lived for so many years. Which one of them had not experienced such things? But their experiences were all because they had no choice. How could they be like young Kai, deliberately putting themselves between life and death? Crazy, crazy, this boy is really crazy, Chen Tianfei murmured, shocked by the idea in his heart. Look, behind him. Madame Qin suddenly exclaimed. Kai Xing and the other managers hurriedly looked behind young Kai, and what they saw caused their eyes to shrink. The pitch-black flames on young Kai's body were surging violently, and although he was being suppressed by the Heaven Dostar net array and was forced to retreat, his aura was still rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Soon, it had reached its limit, and the surging black flames were like a beating heart, giving birth to some kind of new life. This scene was not only clearly seen by the heads of Kai Xing, but also by everyone in the star market. Even though they were far away, everyone could not help but feel a sense of horror, as if some peerless monster was about to break out of young Kai's body. Yuehe had been paying attention nervously. Seeing that young Kai was in trouble, she was prepared to step forward to help. Her 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivation was limited in the great cosmological realm, and if she really went up, facing the heaven star Luo Grand formation would be like throwing an egg against a rock. However, she could not just watch young Kai die. As long as she could wake young Kai up, with his attainments in space principles, he would be able to escape and would not die here. But after seeing the surging black flames, she forced herself to endure it. Her heart was in her throat as her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at young Kai's figure, her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. If you're not in the great cosmological realm, how dare a mere Emperor Realm Junior act so presumptuously in front of my sword pavilion? Break! Qiong Qingyun's shout came from the sword light. The heaven star Luo Grand formation, which had already gained the upper hand, shone brightly, instantly tore apart the black flames around young Kai and attacked his body. A wisp of delight couldn't help but appear on Chen Qingyun's face, as if he could already see the scene of young Kai being killed. Even though this battle had been difficult, they had won in the end, and they had redeemed the lost face of Sword Pavilion, letting the world know that Sword Pavilion couldn't be humiliated. However, at this moment, Luo Qingyun's heart suddenly throbbed. For some reason, he had an extremely bad feeling about this. When he looked up, he saw young Kai, who had been calm and expressionless all this time, suddenly grinning. His indifferent eyes were shining brightly, as if he had finally come back to his senses. He spat out a word, "Open." His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder rolling across the earth, causing the world to buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a great sun suddenly appeared behind young Kai. It was as if a sun was hanging behind him, shining with golden light and illuminating the world. No one could open their eyes. What is this? Countless cultivator exclaimed in their hearts when they saw this scene. No one had ever seen such a strange scene. Could it be that young Kai really had a small sun hidden in his body? Not only were the cultivators of the Emperor realm puzzled, but many of the heaven-opening realm cultivators were also puzzled. Only a few people were stunned at first, but then they seemed to suddenly think of something. Their bodies trembled as they revealed looks of shock and disbelief. After all, although they knew some things that ordinary people did not know, none of them had ever seen it with their own eyes. Madame Qin covered her red lips with her hand and muttered, "Could this be Dharma idol?" Chen Tianfei spat out these 2 words with difficulty, his fat body trembling from the shock of his emotions. The Ouyang brothers could not help but gulp. Bei Yushan looked at young Kai in admiration and could not help but praise, "Amazing." A while ago, he had been sent flying by young Kai with a single punch in the discussion hall. In truth, he had always been somewhat unconvinced, feeling that he had underestimated his opponent too much. Otherwise, he would not have been so weak. However, now that he saw this great sun Dharma idol, that bit of unwillingness in his heart instantly disappeared. If Yang Kai could condense a Dharma idol with his Emperor realm strength, then it was definitely not something he could resist. His loss that day was not unjust, and neither was the death of the poison matriarch and Gan Hong. In the courtyard of Yang Kai's mansion, Yuhi closed her eyes in pain. After hiding for so long, was it finally exposed today? She secretly hated herself for not telling him how powerful it was before, causing him to be unable to hide it properly. However, she had not expected that Yang Kai would be able to condense a Dharma idol at this time. After today, Yang Kai's little secret would no longer be a secret. How could he continue to hide it under the eyes of so many people? It did not matter in the great cosmological realm. With this Dharma idol, no one was his opponent, but what about outside of the great cosmological realm? Once this sensational news spread, how could Yang Kai have a good end? Was the tragedy from 1,000 years ago about to repeat itself? Thinking of that person who had died young, Yuhi's heart was filled with grief. Back then, he and the person in front of her were both equally shocking, but this person in front of her seemed to be even more dazzling. At the very least, that person had not condensed a Dharma idol in the Emperor realm back then. A Dharma idol, it's actually a divine technique Dharma idol. This brat dares to do this, does he not want to live anymore? In the star market, an old heaven-opening realm cultivator exclaimed in shock. His cultivation was not very high, only at the second rank of heaven opening, but he had lived for a long time and had seen many things, so he knew more than others. Ordinary heaven-opening realm cultivators might not know of the existence of a Dharma idol, but he had seen one before. Master, what is a Dharma idol? Beside him, a delicate and cute girl asked in confusion. The old man suppressed the shock in his heart and gently explained, when one of the 5 elements, yin and yang, is pushed to the limit in a Dao seal, its power condenses and turns into a shocking divine technique. This is called a Dharma idol, just like what you are seeing now. The girl nodded thoughtfully. That little son is his Dharma idol? That's right. Then, Master, do you have a Dharma idol? Me? The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master will never be able to form a Dharma idol in this lifetime. Why not? The girl did not understand. The old man said sadly, let alone me, a mere lower-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, even a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator would never be able to form a Dharma idol in their lifetime. Only those at the 7th rank and above have a chance of forming a Dharma idol, but that's just a chance. If one's comprehension is insufficient, even if they have the qualifications, they won't be able to form a Dharma idol. Your master has only condensed a 2nd-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power, so how could he have the qualifications to form a Dharma idol? The girl could not help but purse her lips and ask in surprise, Master, are you saying that Big Brother Yang has condensed a 7th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power? The old man nodded. That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to form a Dharma idol. Since ancient times, those who were able to form a Dharma idol were all disciples nurtured by peak-blessed paradises, and they were all at the heaven-opening realm. For him to be able to form a Dharma idol in the Emperor realm is unheard of. Then isn't he very powerful? The old man said solemnly, he's more than powerful, he's simply a monster. The girl waved her fist and shouted into the sky, Big brother, you can do it. Beat them all away. Seeing that Yang Kai was being bullied by so many people, she had long felt indignant. She was a young girl and did not know the dangers of the world. Now that she heard her master say that Yang Kai was as powerful as a monster, she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. She also hoped that Yang Kai could come back from the dead and turn defeat into victory. The old man's expression could not help but change greatly. He covered the girl's mouth and looked around nervously. When he found that everyone's attention was attracted by the commotion in the sky and did not seem to hear the girl's shout, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to stay in place and quickly grabbed his foolish disciple and moved to another location. Although Tong Yang was fearless, Sword Pavilion was not to be trifled with. If the people of Sword Pavilion heard this, they would not be able to leave the great cosmological realm alive. On the other side, a figure flashed past, and a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and an embroidered robe suddenly appeared in front of Chen Tianfei and the others. His hands were behind his back as he stared at the distant sky with a dignified expression. First Master Chen Tianfei and the others were shaken and quickly bowed. This middle-aged man was none other than the mysterious first head of the Crimson Star sect. The First Master did not say anything, as if he did not hear anything. However, he had come out of seclusion at this moment and was obviously disturbed by the commotion outside. The divine technique Dharma idol was indeed too shocking, and even he could not sit still. After observing for a while, the First Master suddenly said, "Fire element Dharma idol." "It should be," Chen Tianfei replied respectfully. This was also very obvious. Yang Kai's body had been surrounded by pitch-black flames before, and he had stimulated his potential through life-and-death battles to condense the divine technique Dharma idol. Now that he had succeeded, it must be the fire element Dharma idol. Madame Qin said, looking at the sun, "This surnamed Yang seems to have condensed the power of the sun true gold." The divine technique Dharma idol was closely related to the materials used by a cultivator to condense power. Since the sun had appeared, it was natural that Madame Qin would associate it with the sun true gold. Chen Tianfei said thoughtfully, "I heard that the sun star had been extinguished in one of the territories, and many people found a lot of sun true gold and sun true fire there. Could it be that this kid was there at that time? If so, then his opportunity is not small." He secretly guessed that Yang Kai should have found the 7th grade sun true gold there. Otherwise, how could he have such an achievement? It's not sun true gold. The First Master slowly shook his head, his eyes deep. There is something else in the sun. Something else? Kai Xing and the other heads were all startled. Previously, when that huge sun appeared, it was dazzling with golden light and they couldn't see it clearly. However, the great head was stronger than them, so he could see it clearly with a single glance. Chapter 40. With the Great Master's reminder, Chen Tianfei and the others hurriedly looked at the sun. As expected, there really was something in the sun. A vague figure was jumping around in the sun like a living thing. It would occasionally stop and turn its head to comb its wings. A faint ferocious aura filled the air, but it was indescribably frightening. "It looks like a bird." Madame Qin frowned. The sun was too dazzling. Even though she observed it carefully, she couldn't see what it was. There's something wrong with this thing. Why does it only have 3 legs? Chen Tianfei was also puzzled. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression changed. The Great Master's solemn voice came from the front. "Three-legged strange bird. It's related to the sun. Junior, you're very capable. You're really talented. Hee hee." Madame Qin covered her red lips. Bei Yushan was dumbfounded. Even a dimwit like him could figure out what the strange bird was, let alone the others. "Three-legged golden crow," the Ouyang brothers exclaimed in unison. The fire elemental power that Yang Kai condensed wasn't the primordial fire of the sun. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. Thinking of the pitch-black flames that lingered around his body and looking at the characteristics of the Dharma, it undoubtedly proved everyone's guess. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. When this thought popped up, everyone was shocked. Chen Tianfei was sweating profusely. His voice trembled as he asked, "Great Master, what grade is the primordial fire of the golden crow?" When they saw Yang Kai condense the divine technique Dharma, everyone thought that he had the fire elemental power of the 7th grade. However, it seemed that it wasn't just the 7th grade. Moreover, to be able to condense the primordial fire of the golden crow, it meant that Yang Kai had encountered a golden crow before. It was a terrifying existence on par with the true dragon and divine wind. Only an upper-grade heaven splitter could resist it. Since this kid had encountered a golden crow, why didn't he die and obtain the primordial fire of the golden crow? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was this? The Great Master said, "That depends on whether the golden crow's body he met was a mature golden crow or a young one. If it was the latter, it should be the 7th stage. If it was the former, then it should be the 8th stage." Chen Tianfei's body trembled. "I heard that when the sun star was extinguished, there was a dying golden crow inside. In the end, the owner of the first obtained it. Could this kid be using the golden crow primordial fire of that golden crow? Is the news true? The head tilted his head. He had been in seclusion these past few years, trying to break through to the 6th stage of heaven opening. He really didn't know much about the outside world. The information is definitely correct, Chen Tianfei said seriously. The Great Master gently nodded. The golden crow true fire is hard to come by in 10,000 years. This little brat is only an Emperor Realm Master, so it shouldn't have been long since he condensed his fire attribute force. If that's the case, his golden crow true fire might really have come from that giant golden crow. 8th rank. Chen Tianfei's face was extremely pale as he said in a daze, then what is his relationship with the owner of the first inn? The news he received was that the golden crow's body was eventually obtained by the owner of the first inn. At that time, many people from the Blessed Enclave had come to fight for it, and more than one high-rank heaven-opening master had appeared. The first inn was beaten to a pulp, and in the end, the owner of the first inn was a bit more skilled, snatching the golden crow's body and escaping safely. If Yang Kai had nothing to do with that person, how could he have obtained the golden crow primordial fire? The Great Master was also very confused about this. He had never heard of that person having a descendant. That shouldn't be the case. The Great Master slowly shook his head. The 8th stage golden crow primordial fire is not something the Emperor realm can bear. Even if that person obtained the golden crow's body, when he gave it to a descendant, its grade would definitely be lowered. Otherwise, it would be harming him. The Great Master's words make sense. Chen Tianfei nodded repeatedly. Even so, this was too frightening. However, Madame Qin thought of another layer and murmured, if he can condense the 7th stage fire element, doesn't that mean he has at least the 6th or 7th stage wood element? If it was just an ordinary fire element, it would be fine. If it was someone like Meng Hong who had rebuilt his foundation, he could directly condense the 5th stage sun primordial fire. As long as he had enough aptitude and a firm Dao seal, it would not be a big problem. However, how terrifying was the golden crow primordial fire? If one did not have enough recovery and suppressing power, the Dao seal would be burned and shattered in an instant. The wood element that could make up for the damage caused by the golden crow primordial fire had to be at least the 6th stage, and most likely the 7th stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to condense it successfully. The 7th stage wood element and the 7th stage fire element. Yang Kai's intention was very clear. He wanted to directly achieve the high-rank heaven-opening master. You have such lofty ambitions. We cannot compare. The first master slowly shook his head. His straight figure instantly bent a little, as if he was disheartened. While they were talking, the newly formed sun behind Yang Kai stabilized and began to emit a dazzling light. Along with the appearance of the great sun manifestation, Yang Kai, who had been forced to retreat by the Heaven Do Star Luo Grand Array, slowly came to a stop. 10 feet away, Luo Qingyun looked at him with a face full of shock. Yang Kai grinned at him and made a hand seal. Today, the golden crow will cast the sun. In the heavens and earth, only I will reign supreme. The golden crow's hoarse cry resounded through the clouds and through heaven and earth. It flapped its wings in the sun. Yang Kai's figure merged with the sun. His entire person suddenly turned into a small sun and smashed towards the huge sword aura. With the might of the newly formed sun avatar, he was fearless as he faced the Heaven Dipper star formation alone. Luo Qingyun's eyelids twitched violently as he forcefully recovered from his shock, and then he roared explosively. So what if you have a Dharma avatar? Even if a real golden crow was here, I would still kill it for you, let alone a mere Dharma avatar. These words were undoubtedly to boost his courage. Not to mention a Heaven Dipper star formation formed by 300 people, even if they had 3,000 or 30,000 people, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single breath of golden crow true flame. However, when two experts collided, only the brave would emerge victorious. Since it had come to this, only by moving forward courageously would he have a chance at survival. Sword Chi arose while the grand formation rumbled as it circulated. The auras of the 300 disciples were closely linked together, and their strength overlapped layer upon layer. Sword Chi rose explosively as it collided with the sun avatar. 2 rays of light tore through the heavens and the earth, shook the universe, and caused the surroundings to be overturned. The strange thing was that the instant the collision occurred, it was completely silent. However, in the next moment, the clouds in an area of 10,000 kilometers suddenly collapsed, and the heavens and the earth shook violently. An unimaginable impact spread out madly from the point of collision into layers of ripples. The disciples of the Thunder Light sect were thrown off their feet. Those with lower strength spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. In an instant, a large number of them were killed. Zhu Li and Long Tai's hearts bled as they watched. This was truly a case of the fish in the moat being caught in the crossfire. After this battle, the Yuan Qi of the Thunder Light sect would probably be greatly damaged, and who knew how many years it would take for them to recover. Outside the star market, the Guardian Grand Formation was flashing with light. It had undoubtedly been struck by the aftermath of the clash between Yang Kai and the Sword Pavilion Grand Formation. A venerable emperor has condensed a Dharma avatar. The first master's eyes were filled with fear, and his tone was indescribable. With this Dharma avatar, this kid can directly contend with a first or second grade heaven splitter. Even a third grade heaven splitter won't be able to kill him easily. No one had ever been able to condense a Dharma avatar in the emperor realm. Since ancient times, even the elite core disciples nurtured by the blessed enclaves had to slowly fumble about after reaching the heaven splitter realm, spending years in seclusion to comprehend before they could have a chance to condense their own Dharma avatar. If not for this, Dharma avatars would not be so rare. However, with 10% of Dharma avatar, one's strength would skyrocket. Similarly, at the 7th grade heaven splitter realm, there was a huge difference between those with and without Dharma avatar. It could be said that in a life and death battle, those with Dharma avatar could easily crush those without Dharma avatar. Chen Tianfei and the others had solemn expressions. The first master had always been known for his sharp eyes. Since he said so, it could not be wrong. In other words, the current Yang Kai was equivalent to a first or second grade heaven splitter realm cultivator. Such an existence could only be described as invincible in the great cosmological realm. If the Sword Pavilion did not have the sword array, these 300 people would not even be enough to fill the gaps between Yang Kai's teeth. Even so, the sword array was forced back by the pressure of the sun. The huge sword ray was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its light gradually dimmed. The star market was in an uproar. The Sword Pavilion's sword array had always been invincible, but at this moment, it was not a match for Yang Kai alone. The power of a single person was so fierce. Impossible, how can you be so strong? Qian Qingyun roared, his face twisted. Within the sun, Yang Kai's mocking voice sounding disdainful. It's because you are too weak. To be honest, Yang Kai did not expect himself to reach this level. During this time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he had made some progress, he always felt that something was missing. Coincidentally, he encountered today's matter, and suddenly had the idea of using a life and death battle to stimulate his potential. He wanted to see if he could break through that shackle and comprehend the divine technique. If not, why would he stupidly charge into a camp of thousands of people alone? With Lu Shui in hand, he could choose other ways to resolve this crisis. Who would have thought that an unintentionally planted willow would yield such great results? Not only did he comprehend a supernatural power, he even created a Dharma idol. Until now, he still did not know that his Dharma idol had been formed. He only thought that the golden crow casting sun was purely a supernatural power. After all, no one had ever told him these things. He had not been in this world for long, and although the lady boss was good to him, she probably did not expect him to grow so quickly. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel his strength skyrocketing. With the power of the sun, he felt extremely good. Even if there was a lower-grade sky splitter in front of him, Yang Kai would be able to kill him to see. I don't believe it. Qian Qingyun was furious, and a bloody mist suddenly erupted from his body. His aura surged again. He was the core of the sword array, so his increase in strength was a huge boost to the entire sword array. Looking at his state, it was obvious that he had used some powerful secret technique to stimulate his potential. Although this secret technique was powerful, it could not be used casually. Once it was used, it would bring endless disaster. But at this moment, in order to deal with Yang Kai and protect the face of Sword Pavilion, Qian Qingyun could not care less. Following his actions, the hundreds of disciples in the sword formation all let out muffled groans. Suddenly, they felt a huge pressure on their bodies, but the power of the sword rays increased wildly, and in an instant, they were on par with the sun. Chapter 40-41. The divine technique and the rays of light from the sword formation were in a stalemate in midair. Ripples of explosions spread out. Qian Qingyun's eyes were crimson red and almost split apart from rage as he circulated his strength with all his might. Let's see how long you can persist. Yang Kai grunted coldly and disregarded everything. He just circulated the might of the solar divine technique and pressed it down towards the sword formation. A shrill cry resounded from somewhere in the sword formation. Some disciples of the sword formation were the first to be unable to hold on, and their bodies were minced into pieces by the boundless sword intent before exploding. In a short period of 10 breaths of time, over 30 people had died miserably on the spot. Moreover, as time passed, more and more people were unable to hold on. Luo Qingyun's heart instantly sank to rock bottom. Even though the death of a few dozen people wasn't fatal to the sword formation, it still affected it to some extent, and it was sufficient to cause the might of the grand formation to decline. It was already extremely difficult to resist, so it would only become even more unbearable as time passed. Not to mention that he'd executed a forbidden secret technique, so he couldn't maintain his current state for too long. Once the backlash of the secret technique arrived and he still couldn't defeat Yang Kai, the sword pavilion would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Luo Qingyun was burning with anxiety, yet he was helpless. On the slope outside the city, Zhong Fan and Lu Shue's eyes trembled as they watched in a daze. When the solar divine technique appeared, a trace of understanding flashed through their hearts. No wonder the scorching energy that had invaded Lu Shue's body was so violent and difficult to deal with. Lu Shue herself was unable to expel it, and even Zhong Fan, who was at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, was unable to help her. So it was the Sun Crow True Fire. It was actually the Sun Crow True Fire. Everything made sense now. The Sun Crow True Fire was at least at the 7th rank of fire element. Not to mention the fact that most of the strength of the two Heaven Splitters was sealed within the Great Void Realm. Even if they were outside, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with it once it invaded their bodies. Lu Shue's beautiful eyes were extremely dim and filled with despair. Because she knew that since it was the Sun Crow True Fire, then no one in the Great Void Realm could help her deal with the calamity within her body. Even the Sword Pavilion's master couldn't help her. In a short period of time, the Heavenly Dipper Starnet Grand Formation was suppressed, and dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples were killed or injured. Luo Qingyun seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Zhong Fan's eyes almost split apart as a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed through his eyes. In the end, he made up his mind and turned to look at Lu Shue. It just so happened that Lu Shue was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Lu Shue instantly understood Zhong Fan's meaning. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Hold on for a while, I'll be right back." Zhong Fan gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. When he withdrew his hand, his entire body transformed into a ray of sword light that flashed towards the battlefield. Lu Shue slowly closed her eyes and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair draped over her slender shoulders as she sat alone on the slope. Her thin and weak figure seemed especially lonely and helpless. Even though the Sword Pavilion couldn't afford to lose her, it couldn't afford to lose Luo Qingyun and those hundreds of disciples as well. If Zhong Fan still didn't lend them a hand, then Luo Qingyun and the remaining disciples would be in danger. Zhong Fan had to choose the lesser of two evils, so he had to give up on one side. Lu Shue knew in her heart that she was the one who was abandoned. She didn't complain about anything because it was useless even if Zhong Fan stayed by her side, because the Sun Crow True Flame wasn't something that Zhong Fan could deal with. However, she'd never imagined that a dignified 4th-grade Heaven Splitter like her would actually be forced into such a state in the Great Void Realm. The Sun Crow True Flame had entered her body and was unable to deal with it, so she could only slowly wait for death to arrive. This sort of feeling was extremely terrifying, and it was utterly unimaginable to those that hadn't experienced it. Explosions resounded as numerous figures exploded into a mist of blood within the sword formation, and not even their corpses remained. Since the beginning of the battle, almost 100 disciples of the Sword Pavilion had been unable to endure the backlash of the sword formation and perished on the spot. This amount was practically 30% of the forces that had come from the Sword Pavilion. The remaining disciples had terrified expressions as they desperately circulated their strength, and they were deeply afraid that they would be the next unlucky person. They wailed incessantly in the depths of their hearts. Exactly what sort of monster did the Sword Pavilion offend this time? Why is he so formidable? A sword light flashed, accompanied by Zhong Fan's dignified roar, "Junior, don't be presumptuous again." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Fan had already merged into the heavenly dipper star formation. The sword formation of the Sword Pavilion had fought against the enemy countless times, and their cooperation was extremely close. As soon as Zhong Fan entered the sword formation, Luo Qingyun immediately shifted the initiative and turned Zhong Fan into the core of the sword formation. With a boom, the sword will swept across the heavens and earth. The shocking sword light that was being suppressed by the great Sun Dharma idol and was retreating in defeat instantly stopped its decline with Zhong Fan's support. Even the sword light became much brighter and larger. The power of Zhong Fan alone was actually stronger than the hundreds of disciples of the Sword Pavilion who had died. This was the foundation of a fifth-grade heaven splitter. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Sword Pavilion, who were feeling uneasy and thought that the end of the world was near, were all invigorated. They silently operated their secret arts, and sword chi lingered around their bodies to support the power of the sword formation. The entire sword formation instantly turned into a huge millstone. The sword chi on the millstone swept across the heavens and earth, cutting through the void and crushing toward the great Sun Dharma idol. Yang Kai also felt a trace of pressure in an instant. Although he could now exert the power of the first or second grade heaven splitter, he did not have the mighty force of the world to support him. There was still some difference between him and the real heaven splitter. The sword formation of the Sword Pavilion was indeed extraordinary. It was worthy of being the trump card of the Sword Pavilion. However, Yang Kai had condensed the divine technique Dharma idol today. Even if he was facing a strong enemy, what was there to be afraid of? Even if he died here, he could only fight. Only in this way would he not have wasted his trip to this world. The great Sun Dharma idol shone brightly. The three-legged golden crow inside also flapped its wings, raised its head and cried, and crashed into the millstone of the sword formation. The world buzzed. At this moment, inside and outside the star market, regardless of cultivation level, everyone's eyes were filled with white light. They could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly. However, when the aftermath of the battle spread out, everyone's faces turned pale. In the great cosmological realm, where the strength of the heaven splitter stage was suppressed, a Dharma idol divine technique and a shocking sword formation both displayed power that was not inferior to the heaven splitter stage. How sensational was this? First Master, who do you think will win? Chen Tianfei licked his dry lips and asked. Yang Kai's performance today had really frightened him. He was a little uneasy, not knowing if abandoning Yang Kai at the critical moment was the right thing to do. Although he had accepted Yang Kai as the sixth master of Kai Xing previously, they had not shed all pretense of cordiality. However, today, Kai Xing's various overt and covert actions against Yang Kai had undoubtedly removed the last layer of cover, pushing the two to opposite sides. If Yang Kai won, what good end would Kai Xing have? Once the great Sun divine technique was used, even the first master would have to avoid it. However, the previous situation was not up to Kai Xing to choose. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's 3,000 soldiers were at the city gates, and not abandoning Yang Kai was equivalent to putting Kai Xing on the fire. As the master of Kai Xing, Chen Tianfei had to consider his own family. After all, Yang Kai was an outsider, so how could he care about him? Even if that boy can win, I'm afraid it will be a Pyrrhic victory, the first master's indifferent voice sounded. Chen Tianfei was startled. First Master, do you think he can win? Don't worry, if he wants to win, his Yuan Qi will be severely injured. How could Zhu Li and Long Tai let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog? They naturally know what to do. Hearing this, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up. Indeed, Yang Kai had been entangled with the people from Sword Pavilion all this time. Although Thunder Light Sect's thousands of people had suffered many casualties, their foundation had not been damaged. On top of that, with Zhu Li and Long Ao, two fourth-stage heaven-opening masters, Yang Kai would definitely be exhausted in this battle, so how could Thunder Light Sect let him off? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei finally felt a lot more relieved. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation spread out from the center of the battlefield. This energy fluctuation was dozens of times stronger than before. The protective array formation outside the Star City rippled violently because of this energy fluctuation, its light dimmed, and it almost broke. "They're here," the Great Master shouted in a low voice. He focused his vision and looked forward. Chen Tianfei and the others also looked solemn as they paid close attention. No one had expected that the final battle would come so quickly. After Zhong Fan joined the battlefield, in less than half a cup of tea's time, the two opposing sides were about to fight to the death, and the final result was about to be settled. The violent aftermath of the battle undoubtedly showed that whether it was Yang Kai or Sword Pavilion, both sides had gone all out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two rays of light collided in mid-air, reaching a stalemate before suddenly erupting into an even more dazzling light. Between heaven and earth, boundless killing intent swept out. A series of muffled groans rang out as blossoms of blood blossomed. The great sun flickered a few times before disappearing. The shocking sword chi collapsed, and one figure after another fell from all directions. In Star City, there was an uproar. What he saw was Yang Kai standing in the air in ragged clothes, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His body was covered with countless fine wounds, obviously caused by the sword chi. The most serious wounds had been torn open, revealing the golden bones inside. Sword chi was still lingering around these wounds, and blood was still flowing out. However, even though he seemed to be in a miserable state, he still stood proudly in midair, and his figure was ramrod straight. On the other side, the Sword Pavilion's sword formation had been destroyed. Blood sprayed violently from Luo Qingyun's mouth, and he was actually unable to stop it at all. Obviously, his secret technique had started to suffer backlash, and he was unable to suppress his injuries. The glow on the sword in Zhong Fan's hand dimmed down, and it had lost a great deal of its spirit. He lowered his head to look at Luo Qingyun, and his eyes were filled with pain. Even though he wasn't heavily injured, his expression was dispirited and pale. Even the two leaders of the Sword Pavilion were in such a state, let alone the other disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Of the remaining 200 disciples, only a few dozen had survived. The rest had all died on the spot in that instant of collision. Even these few dozen people had varying degrees of injuries. The more serious ones were gasping for breath, while the less serious ones were vomiting blood. In this battle, the Sword Pavilion's sword formation had been destroyed, and the 300 disciples of the Sword Pavilion had almost been annihilated. It was an extraordinary humiliation. Since the Sword Pavilion had been established, this was something that had never happened. Moreover, they'd been beaten to such an extent by someone from the Emperor realm. Zhong Fan was simply unable to accept this, and he was furious to the point he trembled. "Junior, I'll definitely kill you." "What a coincidence. That's exactly what I meant." Yang Kai gasped for breath as he casually tossed a large amount of spirit pills into his mouth, and they crunched like beans while his gaze was ferocious. Zhong Fan turned around angrily. "Are all of you here to watch the show? If you don't make a move now, then when?" Zhu Li and Long Tai, who were watching from afar, suddenly recovered from their shock. Chapter 40-42. Zhu Li and Long Tai could not be blamed for being slow to react. What they had seen today was simply too shocking. Even heaven-opening realm masters like them were shaken and their thoughts were in chaos. A venerable emperor condensing his Dharma idol was an unprecedented feat. The existence of the 7th-grade Golden Crow primordial fire also frightened them. After seeing Lu Xue's fate, they were also afraid that they would be the next unlucky one. The destruction of Sword Pavilion's sword array shocked them even more, and they regretted coming here, but with Sword Pavilion's invitation and the fact that many of Thunder Light Sect's disciples had died at Yang Kai's hands, they had no choice but to come. It was not until Zhong Fan's angry roar that they came back to their senses and exchanged a glance, knowing that if they did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yang Kai here today, Thunder Light Sect could only wait to be bathed in blood. With the strength he had just displayed, Thunder Light Sect could not resist at all. No longer hesitating, the two shouted in unison, "Thunder Light Sect disciples, follow this king to kill the enemy." With this order, the scattered Thunder Light Sect disciples finally found a backbone. When Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion were fighting before, they couldn't intervene at all and could only watch from the sidelines. It was really a bit of a disgrace, but fortunately, they had a chance to play a role in this battle. One after another, they gathered around Zhu Li and Long Tai and followed behind their two leaders, charging towards Yang Kai from all directions. Inside the mansion, Yu He, Meng Hong, and the others felt their hearts rise to their throats. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was extraordinary, breaking Sword Pavilion's sword array on his own and almost wiping out all of Sword Pavilion's experts, after all, he had just experienced a great battle and could not even maintain his great Sun Dharma idol, so he was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Thunder Light Sect's foundation was still intact, and with nearly 2,000 people, even if each of them spat a mouthful of saliva, Yang Kai would be drowned. In such an adverse situation, how would Yang Kai deal with it? On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was at the center of the encirclement, had a calm expression on his face as he chewed on the spirit pills in his mouth. He grinned as he looked at the figures pouncing towards him, as if he was a peerless monster waiting for rabbits to pounce on him. Yang Kai was indeed not afraid of anything. Although the Thunder Light Sect had a lot of people, he had the space principles. As long as they did not seal this space and did not restrict his movements, then Zhu Li and Long Tai could forget about doing anything to him. Since he had mastered the Golden Crow Suncasting Divine technique, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Just as he was considering whether to use the dragonization skill and transform into a half-dragon for a fight, he suddenly heard a somewhat excited voice from afar. Brother Yang, it's done. Ha 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 ha." The voice was still in the Star Market, but it was accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter. A figure suddenly rushed out of the Star Market and headed straight for Yang Kai. With swords drawn and a battle on the verge of breaking out, this burst of laughter was particularly abrupt. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a white and clean little fatty flying out of the Star Market. His hands were raised high above his head, and he was holding a quaint gourd in his hands. His face was full of excitement as if he had performed a meritorious service. The Chief Master's eyelids couldn't help twitching as he stared at the little fatty. How did he get out? Chen Tianfei didn't react for a moment, but after thinking it through, his expression changed and he couldn't help but ask, how did this guy get out? It had to be known that at this moment, the Star Market's Guardian Array was still active, so if anyone wanted to leave, he would have to give the order to open a gap in the Guardian Array, just like when Zhongfan and the others came in. But now, the Guardian Array was still operating perfectly, yet the little fatty had strangely left the Star Market and the Guardian Array didn't react at all. Could it be that the aftermath of the battle between Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion had caused a problem with the Guardian Array? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei hurriedly ordered people to investigate the situation of the Guardian Array. Yu He was also shocked as she looked at the little fatty's figure. Only then did she come to her senses and release her divine sense to investigate. Sure enough, the secret chamber had already been opened and the person who should have been in seclusion was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As expected of an elite disciple from a paradise, she hadn't noticed at all when he had left the mansion. Of course, most of her attention had been focused on Yang Kai, but for someone from the Emperor realm to be able to do so was truly amazing. But why did this guy run out at this time? And what is that gourd? Yu He focused her gaze and found that the gourd was only about a palm tall and looked quite old. She didn't know where it came from, but at this moment, it was being held high by the little fatty Shu Zhen, making it look extremely comical. At this time, Yang Kai was surrounded by more than 2,000 people from the Thunder Light Sect. If he wanted to rush to Yang Kai's side, he would inevitably come into contact with the disciples of the Thunder Light Sect. Shu Zhen seemed to be slow to react, and when he rushed into the Thunder Light Sect's camp, he was suddenly startled and exclaimed, "Ayaya, why are there so many people? What are you all doing here?" He asked innocently, but the disciples of the Thunder Light Sect responded fiercely. These people were already extremely sullen and their killing intent was boiling, so when such an inexplicable guy suddenly barged into their camp, how could they be happy? Immediately, a series of divine secret techniques bombarded Shu Zhen mercilessly. But this guy looked clumsy and his movements were laughable, but his luck was surprisingly good. He took one step left, one step right, and actually dodged all the attacks. He even shouted, "What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Don't hit me, I'm innocent." The more he shouted, the more powerful the attacks of the Thunder Light sect's disciples were. The light of secret techniques covered the sky and covered the earth, but they were unable to hurt him at all. This guy looked fat, but his figure was indescribably agile. After a few times, anyone could see that something was wrong. It was impossible for a person's luck to be so good to this extent. With so many people attacking him, it was impossible that no one could hit him. This little fatty was obviously pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Moreover, to be able to move around so many people with ease, his strength was obviously not ordinary. Zhu Li was furious and shouted, "Who are you? State your name." It was fine that there was one young Kai who did not put the Thunder Light sect in his eyes, but now another one had appeared, which made him extremely furious. Shu Zhen still held the gourd high and replied solemnly, "Divine Cauldron Heaven, Shu Zhen." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Li staggered and was almost unable to stabilize himself before falling down. Long Tai's eyes instantly opened wide while even Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun, and the others who were recuperating felt the energy within their bodies fall into chaos, and it almost caused their injuries to become even worse. The Crimson Star's various leaders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Before this battle, there was a son who claimed to be from Qingming Blessed Land's third elder, which made the Sword Pavilion's Thunder Light sect fearful. Now, another Grotto Heaven disciple had appeared. And it was the famous Divine Cauldron Heaven. Before today, they had never known that there were Grotto Heaven Blessed Land disciples in the great cosmological realm. Since there were these two people, how many more were hidden in the great cosmological realm? How could there be so many dragons hidden in a small star city? When Shu Zhen announced his name, the faces of the Thunder Light sect disciples who had attacked him earlier turned pale. Not to mention them, even the Sword Pavilion's pavilion master would probably die tomorrow if he were to attack a Divine Cauldron Sky disciple in front of so many people. The noisy sky suddenly fell silent. Shu Zhen effortlessly squeezed to Yang Kai's side and grinned at him. Did it work? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Shu Zhen stuffed the gourd in his hand into Yang Kai's hand. Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple, you live up to your name. Thank you. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and nodded slightly. Shu Zhen chuckled, we just took what we needed, no need to thank me. Ian, it's a bit noisy here, so I'll take my leave first. Finished speaking, he cupped his hands at Yang Kai and turned to leave. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back and said, Brother Yang, this thing is too murderous. Try to use it less. Be merciful when possible. Yang Kai grinned, if you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Shu Zhen was speechless. He turned his head to look around and suddenly sighed, no longer trying to persuade him. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked away and soon disappeared. Everyone watched in a daze, not knowing what was going on. When they saw Shu Zhen rush to Yang Kai's side and hand a gourd to him, they had thought that the two of them had a close friendship. Zhu Li, Long Tai, and the others had been considering whether to make amends with Yang Kai, but who would have thought that this little fatty would just walk away like that? What was this? And what did he mean by each took what they needed? Unable to figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and Shu Zhen, Zhu Li and Long Tai did not dare to act rashly. On the other hand, Yang Kai had a playful smile on his face as he played with the gourd in his hand and said lightly, Brother Shu and I are neither relatives nor friends. We didn't know each other before, it was just a transaction between us. What do you mean? Zhu Li asked solemnly. At this moment, the calmer Yang Kai appeared, the more uncertain he felt. What I mean is, if you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then I'll kill you, Yang Kai grinned. Junior, don't be so arrogant. Long Tai shouted angrily. Cut the crap, all of you, Come here and die. Yang Kai roared. Junior, do you think my Thunder Light sect has no one? Since that's the case, we'll fulfill your wish. Kill him. Zhu Li ordered solemnly. He had no choice but to give the order. Yang Kai's unrelenting attitude made it obvious that the Thunder Light sect could not resolve their enmity with him. If they did not act now, once he recovered and summoned the divine technique aspect, the Thunder Light sect would not be able to fight. The Thunder Light sect's disciples no longer hesitated, and as they circulated their strength, multicolored light bloomed and bombarded Yang Kai. Luo Qingyun watched this scene coldly as a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. With so many attacks launched at once, it was impossible for Yang Kai to come out unscathed. No matter how arrogant he was, he would still die here. It was worth it. Nearly 300 Sword Pavilion disciples had been killed or injured, and the sword array had been broken, but they had killed a great threat. On the other hand, Zhong Fan looked at the gourd in Yang Kai's hand with a solemn expression. He faintly felt that this thing was not ordinary and was very likely a powerful artifact. Chapter 40-43. Brilliance wantonly surged and energy was berserk. Thousands of people from Thunder Light attacked together. What a magnificent scene! At the center of the countless attacks, Yang Kai stood alone, his figure lonely, but his aura soared to the sky, as if he was a million masters. A low voice rang out, "Today, I've obtained a new treasure, so I'll use your dog lives as a sacrifice to my divine gourd." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai patted the gourd, causing it to open and a 7-colored light to roll out from it. The light was endless and filled the sky in the blink of an eye. As soon as this multicolored light appeared, a murderous aura instantly filled the air, and within a radius of several kilometers, countless artifacts let out loud cries as they uncontrollably rushed towards the multicolored light. The swords of the fallen Sword Pavilion disciples seemed to be grasped by invisible hands and thrown into the multicolored light. No matter their grade, no matter if they were intact or not, all artifacts that rushed into the light dimmed and lost their spirituality in a very short time. The artifacts in the hands of the Thunder Light sect disciples were the same. All artifacts refined from metal were pulled by the light and broke free, causing many Thunder Light sect disciples to be stunned. Pu 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 pu. A series of muffled sounds rang out as one Thunder Light sect disciple after another vomited blood, their faces pale as they fell from the sky like dumplings. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Thunder Light sect disciples were injured because their artifacts were damaged. Divine essence-fused light. Zhong Fan shouted in a low voice, his eyes filled with shock. The light spewing out from the gourd was the divine essence-fused light he had seen in Divine Essence-Fused Mountain. That day, Sword Pavilion had suffered a great loss because of this divine essence-fused light. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated by Di Tian's motley crew, and the culprit was Yang Kai. Before coming here today, he had been vigilant against this divine essence-fused light, but from beginning to end, Yang Kai had not used it. Instead, he had used the divine technique to fight head-on with the Heaven Star Luo Grand Array. He had thought that Yang Kai would not be able to use it easily, but who knew he would see it at this moment? Amidst his shock, Yang Kai was also a little puzzled. He had seen Yang Kai use a bag-like artifact to collect a lot of divine essence-fused light, so why was he releasing it from this gourd today? Thinking of Shu Zhen's appearance and the conversation between him and Yang Kai, Zhong Fan suddenly understood and said bitterly, "The disciples of the Grotto Heaven have wronged me. Divine Cauldron Heaven, one of the 36 paradise." The disciples from this paradise had only one thing that made the 3,000 worlds look up to them. That was the art of refining. It was precisely because he was good at refining that the Divine Cauldron genius was called Divine Cauldron Heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, excluding those naturally formed secret treasures, as long as the secret treasures were refined after birth, they would most likely come from the hands of the Divine Cauldron Heaven. The disciples of the Divine Cauldron Heaven were also famous for their treasures. If he were to encounter a Divine Dingtian disciple fighting outside, it would definitely be a completely new scene. He would be able to see the power of all sorts of strange treasures. That divine essence-fused gourd was obviously refined by Shu Zhen of the Divine Cauldron Heaven for Yang Kai. Only a disciple of the Divine Cauldron Heaven could have such an ability, but if that was the case, then Yang Kai shouldn't have been able to activate the power of this treasure the moment he got his hands on it. He would have had to spend a long time refining and nurturing it. How could he activate the power of this divine essence-fused gourd the moment he got his hands on it? Unless this divine essence-fused gourd was his secret treasure, he wouldn't need to nurture it. And Shu Zhen had only perfectly combined the divine essence-fused light with the divine essence-fused gourd. If that was the case, then it made sense. It had to be said that Zhong Fan's series of thoughts had completely guessed the truth. The divine essence-fused gourd was indeed Yang Kai's secret treasure. Back then in the Star Realm, in the Wu Hua Palace, Yang Kai had once entered a crack in the void and found a wind gourd inside. When the wind gourd was opened, endless astral winds poured out of it to deal with the enemy, but Yang Kai hadn't used it many times and hadn't used it outside of the world. When Shu Zhen came to him to ask for a 6th grade divine essence-fused stone, saying that he could refine an artifact for him as a reward, Yang Kai naturally thought of the divine essence-fused light he had collected in the divine essence-fused mountain. That thing was stored in his 6-unity wish bag. Not only did it occupy the bag space, but it also couldn't be used casually. If he could use the divine essence-fused light to refine an artifact, he wouldn't have to worry about these things. With the 6th grade divine essence-fused light in front of him, Shu Zhen was itching to refine a divine essence-fused banner for Yang Kai, but the materials required were too many and Yang Kai didn't know where to find them. On the other hand, the wind gourd was readily available. The two combined to form the current divine essence-fused gourd, and its power was more than just a little bit higher than the wind gourd. Yang Kai didn't need to spend any time refining it. Divine essence-fused light, it's divine essence-fused light. In Star City, countless people cried out in alarm. Great Master Kai Xing also showed a look of dread. Although he was only watching from afar, he could feel the terrifying power of the divine essence-fused light. Although he was a 5th grade heaven splitter, if he were to be swept up by such a thing, he would instantly lose a layer of skin. If even he was like this, there was no need to mention the disciples of Thunder Light Sect. A brilliant light filled the sky, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Anyone caught in the divine essence-fused light had their flesh torn apart and their bones shattered. Wherever the divine essence-fused light passed, not a single complete corpse could be found. The Emperor Realm was like this, and so was the Thunder Light Sect's low-rank heaven splitters. The 6th grade divine essence-fused light could only be resisted by a 6th grade divine essence-fused light, so how could they resist it? In the blink of an eye, more than half of Thunder Light Sect's disciples had been killed or injured. A deep chill rose from everyone's heart, causing them to shiver all over. Such a terrifying artifact was simply a weapon capable of destroying the heavens and earth. With this artifact in hand, the number of people present no longer mattered to Yang Kai. He alone could flatten this place. The Thunder Light Sect disciples who were lucky enough to avoid the initial disaster didn't dare to stay in place at this moment. Screaming in horror, they fled one after another. But how could Yang Kai let them go? Just as he and Shu Zhen had said before, cutting weeds without removing the roots, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. Since the Thunder Light Sect dared to find trouble with him today, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Looking at it from another perspective, if Yang Kai fell into a disadvantage and died trying to escape, would the Thunder Light Sect spare him? Under the control of Yang Kai, the brilliant light swept in all directions, engulfing one Thunder Light Sect disciple after another, as if an invisible beast was devouring everyone's lives. The Thunder Light Sect was finished, completely finished. After this battle, they could forget about making a comeback. The moment the divine essence-fused light bloomed in the world again, this was already destined. Great Master Kai Xing's expression was dignified, his eyes filled with dread. Previously, he had told Chen Tianfei and the others that Yang Kai was an arrow at the end of its flight and that Zhu Li and Long Tai would beat him while he was down. Who would have thought that a single divine essence-fused gourd would completely change the situation? The Golden Crow Forging Sun had broken Sword Pavilion's sword array and the divine essence-fused gourd had swept through the Thunder Light Sect's camp. A divine technique and an artifact, Yang Kai had displayed a variety of abilities that shocked everyone to the extreme. Looking at the peerless figure standing tall in the sky, no one dared to even think about making an enemy out of him. Chen Tianfei's fat body trembled violently. Although he was fat, his mind was very sharp. While others were only looking at Yang Kai's display of strength at this moment, Chen Tianfei had a different thought. Great Master had once commented that Yang Kai had the great Sun Divine Technique Dharma idol. Even if he was an Emperor Realm Master, he could compete with a first or second stage Heaven Opening Realm Cultivator. So, now that he had the Divine Essence Fused Gourd, what would happen? Perhaps no one in the lower stage Heaven Opening Realm would be his match. Only a middle stage Heaven Opening Realm Cultivator could rely on the world force of Mini-Universe to compete with him. Chen Tianfei knew that if he encountered Yang Kai outside, he would have to go all out to defeat Yang Kai. In the sky, less than a tenth of the Thunder Light Sect's disciples remained. Two figures were also fleeing rapidly. Zhu Li and Long Tai saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare to stay? Naturally, they ran as fast as they could. However, the two rays of light chased after them endlessly as if they had a mind of their own. They were like maggots that could not be shaken off. "Junior, don't go too far. Don't go too far," Zhu Li shouted crazily. Even though he was fleeing with all his strength, he could still feel the terrifying killing intent behind him. "If we don't see each other after today, so what if this king bullies you?" Yang Kai shouted coldly. Condense. Space buzzed, and under the urging of the world force, heaven and earth were imprisoned. Zhu Li, who was already fleeing with great difficulty, instantly froze. The surrounding space became incomparably viscous, and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. No matter how he urged his strength, he could not break free. Looking back in horror, he saw that the rays of light had already swept over and enveloped him. Zhu Li desperately urged his strength to resist the scouring of the divine essence-fused light. If Mini-Universe had not been sealed in his body, he would have had the strength to fight, but without the world force, how could he resist the might of the sixth-grade divine essence-fused light with just the strength of his Tao seal and physical body? In an instant, the protective force outside his body was washed clean. Layer after layer of flesh rolled up, as if his tendons were being pulled out and his skin peeled off. Miserable screams rang out continuously, as if he was enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Those who heard these screams shuddered. Long Tai screamed along with them. Like Zhu Li, he was also enveloped by the divine essence-fused light. But after just a few breaths, the screams came to an abrupt end. The rays of light rolled back and were collected by the divine gourd in Yang Kai's hand. There was no trace of Zhu Li and Long Tai in the air. These two fourth-grade heaven splitters had completely disappeared. The Thunder Light sect, which had stood tall in Star City for thousands of years, was completely wiped out. No one survived. It was even more miserable than Sword Pavilion. This was not the end. Yang Kai patted the divine gourd again, and the rays of light rolled out again, heading towards the disciples of Sword Pavilion who were still alive. Qian Qingyun shouted in horror, "Spare me." He had suffered a backlash from urging the secret technique before, and now he did not even have the strength to escape. He could only sit in place and wait for death. If not for this, would he dare to stay here? Seeing that Yang Kai was about to kill him, he could only beg for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and ignored him. When the rays of light retracted, the people of Sword Pavilion had also disappeared. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of Zhong Fan. Looking down at him, he said indifferently, "Do you have any last words? There's no need to beg for mercy." Chapter 40-44. Zhong Fan was at the 5th stage Heaven Opening Realm and had a strong foundation. When the sword formation was broken, he was also seriously injured, but it was not as serious as Qiu Qingyun's. If he had escaped in advance, he might have had a chance to survive, but for some reason, he stayed here and watched as the disciples of Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion were destroyed one after another. When Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down at him, Zhong Fan snorted coldly, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. You have committed a heinous crime. Once you leave the great cosmological abyss, you will die." Yang Kai frowned. He vaguely felt that Zhong Fan was implying something, but he was too lazy to ask. He snorted coldly, "I like a tough bone like you. It's interesting to pinch you." As he said so, He slapped Zhong Fan with his palm. He was going to kill him mercilessly. Zhong Fan's expression was indifferent. When the big hand was only 3 feet away from him, his eyes suddenly burst with light, and a slit appeared between his eyebrows. From that slit, Dao connotation flowed, and a sword qi slashed through the air. In this moment of life or death, Yang Kai had no choice but to push the power of his Dao seal outwards to defend against the enemy, just like when Yang Kai fought the great demon god in the star boundary, cutting off all means of retreat. To a cultivator, a Dao seal was like the inner core of a monster beast. It contained the entire person's essence, qi, spirit, and comprehension of one's own Dao. It would not be used easily, but if released, it would have a shocking power. However, in this way, the risk was also extremely high. If the Dao seal was damaged, it would result in death. Therefore, no one would do this unless they were in a desperate situation. Even a monster beast would not release its inner core easily. Zhong Fan was also forced to do this. Yang Kai had formed the Golden Crow casting Sun Dharma form and held a shocking killing weapon like the Origin magnetic divine gourd. Apart from this, he had no other hope. In a desperate fight, success or failure depended on the will of the heavens. He had cultivated the sword all his life and focused on killing. His Dao seal had turned into a 3-inch small sword with the power of yin and yang and 5 elements flowing on it. It was sharp and seemed to be indestructible. "I knew you would do this." Yang Kai coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Dao seal sword in his hand. But soon, he frowned. When he lowered his head, he saw a dazzling sword light piercing out from his palm, heading straight for his forehead. In the end, he had still underestimated the power of a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Even with his tyrannical dragon form body, he was still unable to resist the power of this small Dao seal sword. A bloody hole was directly pierced through his palm, and within the wound, sword qi circulated. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to have expanded. His chest and abdomen swelled up as he breathed out the Golden Crow primordial flame from his mouth, burning the small sword seal. Flames raged, distorting the void. As far as the eye could see, a 3-inch long sword was swimming against the current of the Golden Crow primordial fire like a small fish swimming against the current. However, it was constantly being washed away by the Golden Crow primordial fire. Zhong Fan's eyes were about to split open. As he roared, he fully activated the power of his Dao seal, determined to kill Yang Kai here and now. Inch by inch, the small sword seal kept approaching Yang Kai's forehead. Its speed was extremely slow, making people deeply feel the threat of death. Yang Kai, however, remained motionless. The Golden Crow primordial fire continued to surge out. On the small sword, light shone brightly and it shook violently. After 10 breaths, when the 3-inch long sword arrived in front of him, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a loud bang. Zhong Fan spat out a mouthful of boiling hot blood. His aura suddenly quieted down. His originally muscular body seemed to have all of its essence, qi, and spirit taken away in an instant, turning into a bag of bones. The wind blew, and his hair fluttered in the wind. The Dao seal was destroyed, and Zhong Fan's cultivation was crippled. In the star market, countless people were shocked. Many heaven splitters could not help but feel a sense of sympathy. Although they had long heard that once the Dao seal was destroyed, the cultivator would die, it was the first time that 90% of the people had seen it with their own eyes. The change in Zhong Fan was shocking. Yang Kai took a step forward and floated past Zhong Fan. Yang Kai was not interested in attacking a person who was bound to die. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Lu Shui. He reached out and pulled her up by the collar. He looked down at her indifferently. "Where is the headquarters of the Sword Pavilion?" Behind him, after Zhong Fan heard this, his head drooped deeply, and his aura quickly dissipated. Fresh blood kept gushing out of Lu Shui's mouth, boiling non-stop, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Her skin was abnormally red, like a steamed crab. Before the battle, Yang Kai had planted the Golden Crow true fire in her, so she did not participate in the entire battle. Zhong Fan helped her suppress the disaster in her body first. After Zhong Fan left, she could not resist the burning of the Golden Crow true fire with her own strength. She could only bitterly hold on and slowly wait for death. Fortunately, The foundation of a fourth-stage heaven splitter was not too bad. Yang Kai's battle with the Sword Pavilion's Lei Guang was not long, so until now, she was still alive, but only half dead. If he left her alone, she would die in less than an incense stick's worth of time. Seeing Yang Kai walking toward her, Lu Xue's delicate body trembled violently. She had never thought that she would be so afraid of the Emperor realm one day. Outside the great cosmological abyss, how could an existence like the Emperor realm enter her eyes? It was an existence that she would not even look at. But today, what Yang Kai had done in the Emperor realm had deeply shocked her. He had single-handedly broken the Sword Pavilion's sword formation and single-handedly destroyed Lei Guang. Who could match such a magnificent feat? At this moment, she was held in Yang Kai's hand like a little chick. She was trembling in fear, and her heart was covered with a layer of shadow. Even the light of her Dao seal had dimmed a lot. The person in front of her had become her inner demon. Even if she could leave the great cosmological abyss alive, if she met Yang Kai outside in the future, she was afraid that she would not be able to have the thought of being hostile to him. Unless she could break through this layer of mental barrier, she would be reborn. Hearing Yang Kai's question, how could Lu Xue not know what he wanted to do? He was going to wipe out the Sword Pavilion's main altar. Could he do it? With this question in mind, Lu Xue gave an affirmative answer. The Sword Pavilion had only sent 300 people this time, which was only a small number. There were nearly 1,000 disciples at the main altar, 2 middle-stage heaven splitters, and a 6th-stage heaven splitter expert like the Pavilion Master. But judging from the means that Yang Kai had just shown, the Sword Pavilion could not resist him at all. Not to mention other things, just the origin magnet divine gourd was enough to restrain the Sword Pavilion. The reason why the Sword Pavilion had always been above the Thunder Light sect and the Crimson Star sect was because of the sword formation. But once the origin magnet divine gourd came out, how could the disciples form a formation? At that time, they would be in a state of disunity. Without the power of the sword formation, they would not be Yang Kai's opponent at all. Except for the Pavilion Master, who could barely contend with this person, no one else could survive in his hands. Looking at the hellish man in front of her, Lu Xue was so frightened that she could not speak. "Take me there, and I'll spare your life." As Yang Kai said so, he stretched out his other hand and patted Lu Xue's abdomen. With a thought, the golden crow primordial fire that had invaded Lu Xue's body and caused her to suffer a fate worse than death was directly taken back. Lu Xue coughed softly. Although Yuan Qi was seriously injured, without the golden crow primordial fire in her body, at least there was no danger to her life. After this, as long as she recuperated well, there would be a day when she would recover. "If you dare say no, I'll send you to see your companions now." Yang Kai was a little impatient when he did not hear Lu Xue's response for a long time. "I'll take you there," Lu Xue nodded gently. Yang Kai nodded, lifted Lu Xue, and soared into the sky, instantly turning into a stream of light and disappearing from everyone's sight. He did not deliberately suppress his voice when he spoke to Lu Xue just now. The small slope was not too far from Star City, so anyone with a little strength in Star City could hear it clearly. Seeing Kai Yang leave like this, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Was he going to kill them all? Sword Pavilion had lost 300 disciples this time, including 2 mid-rank Kai Tian masters. Yuan Qi was already seriously injured, but now Yang Kai was going to attack their headquarters. How cruel was this? Moreover, he had just experienced a great battle, and even his divine technique manifestation had been scattered. Didn't he need a good rest to recover? He could not help showing a worried look, but at this moment, it was too late to chase after him. Yang Kai cultivated the space principles, so with her strength, she could not catch up with him. The world was quiet, and only the thick smell of blood filled the air. Outside Red Star City, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere, like an azure purgatory. In the distance, a little fatty stared at this scene and sighed slightly. What a sin. After all, the divine magnetic gourd was made by him, so he was responsible for half of the people who died. After sighing, his figure dissipated and disappeared. In Yang Kai's residence, Meng Hong and the others had been watching with their mouths wide open. As the chief disciple of Great Moon Province, Meng Hong's aptitude was not bad. Previously, he had been suffering from a lack of resources, so he had no choice but to condense the power of the third grade, hoping to reach the third grade in the future. After encountering such a great change in the great cosmological realm, he made up his mind to break through and rebuild, condensing the fifth grade true sun fire. He thought that his future would be bright, and his ambition was surging in his heart. But after seeing Yang Kai's actions today, he realized that even if he could really reach the fifth grade, he was afraid that he would not be as good as Yang Kai. He was somewhat shocked, but then he thought about it. Others had their own abilities and opportunities, and he had his own. As long as he did his best, there was no need to compare himself with others. In this world, there were always some people who defied the heavens. The great Peng spread its wings and soared into the sky. The wood Dao that reached the clouds was high. Thinking of this, his mind was clear and his spirit was refreshed. Since you have nothing to do, go clean up the battlefield. His voice came from beside him. So many people died, there must be some good things. Yes. Meng Hong hurriedly replied and led his two junior brothers to fly out. Even Chen Yu followed closely behind, and she had a slightly complicated expression as she looked at Meng Hong's back. In Star City, dozens of people led by Guo Ziyan hurried forward to help when they saw this. Although they looked miserable, at this moment, all of them were high-spirited and proud. Chapter 40-45. Strictly speaking, Guo Ziyan and the others were still members of Red Star, but at this moment, no one treated them as ordinary Red Star disciples. Yang Kai had just expressed his anger for them, something everyone had clearly seen. After this battle, it could be said that Guo Ziyan and the others had been branded with Yang Kai's imprint. They were now the same cruel and ruthless young men who had single-handedly destroyed Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion. Thinking back, before the battle began, Yang Kai had once said to Guo Ziyan that if they died, these 3,000 people would be buried with them. It was just that no one took him seriously at the time, thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting to comfort his subordinates, but now that they thought about it, he was truly confident in his words. 3,000 people, he had killed them all without hesitation, leaving almost nothing behind. Where did this freak come from? How could he be so arrogant and kill so many people? Chen Tianfei carefully glanced at the chief master in front of him and seeing that he had no intention of stopping them, he quickly ordered his subordinates to open Star City's spirit array so that Guo Ziyan and the others could rush to the battlefield. Pairs of eyes stared enviously at the dozens of people sweeping through the battlefield, their space rings scattered everywhere. With more than 3,000 people here, even if some of their space rings were destroyed, at least half of them would remain. This was a wealth that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy, not to mention the heaven-opening realm inheritances. How could mid-rank heaven-opening realm masters like Zhong, Fan, and Qingyun be lacking? Each of them had acted like a tyrant in Star City for thousands of years, so the wealth they had accumulated was probably unimaginable. However, even though everyone was envious, no one dared to come forward and compete. Learning from the mistakes of others, who wouldn't cherish their own lives? "Is that young lady called Yu He?" the chief master suddenly asked. Chen Tianfei was startled but quickly replied, "Yes." The chief master nodded and said, "Come with me to pay her a visit." Flicking his sleeve, he crossed his hands behind his back and walked towards Yang Kai's mansion. Chen Tianfei and the others looked at each other for a moment before hurriedly following. They all knew that even the chief master was shocked by Yang Kai's methods today. Kai Xing had abandoned him in a time of crisis, so if he didn't quickly appease him, Kai Xing wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of his revenge in the future. But on the other hand, this was also a great opportunity for Kai Xing. If they could repair their relationship with Yang Kai, it would only bring benefits to Kai Xing's future. There was no hope of accepting him back into Kai Xing again. Yang was so strong, if they did so, it would be tantamount to handing over Kai Xing. The chief master, Chen Tianfei, and the others wouldn't do such a thing. But as long as Yang's was not excessive, they would agree. Red Star originally had 3 great forces, but now that the Thunder Light Sect had been destroyed, Sword Pavilion's vitality had been greatly damaged, and Yang Kai had gone straight to Sword Pavilion's headquarters. It was estimated that Sword Pavilion would not be able to survive much longer. 2 of the 3 major forces were gone at once, leaving Kai Xing alone. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Under the lead of the chief master, Chen Tianfei, and the others respectfully came to Yang Kai's mansion. There were no servants in the mansion, so they couldn't even find a way to pay a visit. Chen Tianfei could only go forward to knock on the door, and was ridiculed by Yu He. Kai Xing's actions when Yang Kai was in danger really angered Yu He. Although Kai Xing was forced to do so, this matter was related to Yang Kai's life and death. Fortunately, Yang Kai was strong, otherwise, he would probably have to run away with her. She also knew why Kai Xing and the others came here. She was already being polite by not kicking them out and just making things difficult for them. The chief master was a 5th grade opening heaven stage, and she was also a 5th grade opening heaven stage. Their strength and status were equal, but during the conversation, the chief master obviously maintained a respectful attitude. It couldn't be helped. Yu He was with Yang Kai. In the future, if Kai Xing still wanted to survive in the great cosmological realm, he would have to look up to Yang Kai. At this time, how could he put on any airs? He didn't say much. He just asked Yu He to wait for Yang Kai to return so that she could put in a few good words in front of Yang Kai and pass on Kai Xing's difficulties to Yang Kai so that he could understand. Yu He naturally wouldn't agree immediately. She just pretended to be polite. Before leaving, Kai Xing and the other leaders left behind a small gift. Although it was a small gift, it was actually generous. It was 3 sets of 5th grade materials. With materials worth millions of opening heaven pills, Kai Xing's sincerity was obvious. If it were in the past, such wealth might be considered good for Yang Kai, but after the trip to the primary magnetic mountain, Yang Kai had made a lot of money. He had obtained more than 75th grade primary magnetic divine stones and more than 26th grade primary magnetic divine stones. These 3 sets of 5th grade materials might not be able to enter his eyes. After the shocking battle, the turmoil in Star City did not subside for a long time. For a few days, everyone was talking about the scenes of the previous battle and Yang Kai's incredible performance. Many people were waiting to watch a good show. Yang Kai, in order to kill all of them, directly rushed to Sword Pavilion's headquarters with Lu Shui. When he returned from Sword Pavilion, no one knew how to deal with Kai Xing. Countless disciples of Kai Xing were in a panic, fearing that they would be implicated. After a few days, Kai Xing's population had shrunk significantly. Kai Xing had originally occupied this stronghold and was thriving, but who knew that nearly 20 to 30% of their population had suddenly disappeared. They had all secretly left this place. Chen Tianfei and the others were so angry that they had to activate the Guardian Array. Anyone who wanted to leave had to verify their identity before they could be allowed to leave. This was the only way to contain the turmoil. With Star City in turmoil, Yang Kai rushed forward with Lu Shui. Under Lu Shui's guidance, they flew for more than a day before they saw a rolling mountain range in the distance. The mountain range was majestic and ancient. An ancient aura rushed out from it, making people feel as if they had traveled back in time and returned to ancient times. The entire Star City was swallowed into the great cosmological realm and split into many pieces. There is a fragment over there. Sword Pavilion has been stationed there since then, Lu Shui said while coughing lightly. After a day, she had not recovered much. Although she had taken a lot of pills, they only delayed her injuries. It would take at least a year and a half for her to fully recover. Got it, Yang Kai said and threw her aside before turning into a stream of light and rushing in that direction. Lu Shui did not expect that Yang Kai would abandon her like this. For a moment, she was unable to react and fell to the ground. In a panic, she hurriedly urged her strength to stabilize herself. Her internal organs were in severe pain as she staggered to the ground. Looking at the departing figure in the distance, fear welled up in her heart. He really spared me. Lu Shui still could not believe it. Although Yang Kai had said that he would spare her life if she brought him to Sword Pavilion's great altar, how could Lu Shui take him seriously? She only thought he was lying to her. But although she thought so at that time, she had no choice but to agree. The taste of being burned by the golden crow true fire and slowly waiting for death was too horrible. Now it seemed that Yang Kai was not lying to her, but was keeping his word. However, After being burned by the golden crow true fire, her body was in a mess and she could not even exert 10% of her usual strength. Now that young Kai had abandoned her here, how could she survive? She would die if she encountered any fierce beast. Forcing herself to stay awake, Lu Shui staggered forward. In Sword Pavilion's star market, young Kai fell from the sky and smashed a hole in the ground when he landed. He had come here aggressively to eliminate the source of trouble. Since the enmity between him and Sword Pavilion had been formed, there was no need to be polite. Thinking that it would be another difficult battle, young Kai had tried his best to adjust his condition to the best of his ability today, but before he even arrived, he felt that something was wrong. In his divine sense, there was no sign of life. In such a large star market, there was not a single living person. Not only that, but the air was also filled with a strong smell of blood. This aura was very familiar, just like the scene after the battle outside Red Star Market. Turning his head at this moment, young Kai could not help narrowing his eyes. The buildings in Sword Pavilion Star Market had all collapsed and the ground was covered with blood and broken limbs. What's more, the wounds on these broken limbs were quite strange. Young Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the broken limbs, lowering his head to examine it, his brow furrowed. At this moment, the entire star market was empty. Birds flew through the sky and the earth groaned. Walking with his hands behind his back, young Kai soon saw a number of broken corpses. What was strange was that after these people died, their space rings had not been collected and were instead left in place. Casually picking up a space ring, young Kai found that the things inside had not been touched at all. Young Kai's expression gradually became dignified. Along the way, young Kai collected space rings. Fortunately, he had a mysterious small world, otherwise, he would not have been able to store them all. The scale of this star market was even larger than Red Star Market. Before this, there were at least tens of thousands of people living here. Young Kai regretted not bringing Guozian and the others with him. With so many space rings, young Kai did not know how long it would take to collect them. After walking around the star market for a day, young Kai had collected thousands of space rings, but this was only 20 to 30%. Before he knew it, young Kai had arrived in front of a large hall. This hall was located at the center of the entire star market and should be the place where Sword Pavilion's upper echelons gathered, similar to Red Star's council hall. The door was broken, so young Kai walked straight in. The hall was also covered in blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. A figure stood there with a bleak expression. Who else could it be but Lu Shui? Previously, young Kai had abandoned her in the wilderness, but she had forced herself to walk all the way to Star Market. When she saw the corpses strewn all over Star Market and rivers of blood, she thought it was young Kai's doing, but now it seemed that this was not young Kai's doing. This had clearly happened before they arrived. Hearing footsteps, Lu Shui looked back, her eyes empty. What happened here? A beast tide. Young Kai came to her side and stood still, staring at the corpse of a middle-aged man in front of him. Although this middle-aged man was dead, his temperament was extraordinary. He was definitely a master when he was alive. There were no scars on his body, so it was unknown how he died. Through his previous observations, young Kai was almost certain that Sword Pavilion had encountered an extremely terrifying beast tide. Many of the broken limbs and flesh had traces of being bitten by fierce beasts. Chapter 40-46. Impossible. Lu Shui cried out involuntarily. She could accept that young Kai had turned this place into what it was now. After all, she had witnessed young Kai's terrifying abilities with her own eyes, but how could a beast tide reach this level? It wasn't that Sword Pavilion had never encountered a beast tide before, but no matter how large or small they were easily repelled. Sword Pavilion's foundation was extraordinary, and they had the support of a sword array and a protective array. An ordinary beast tide could not shake Sword Pavilion's foundation. Young Kai said lightly, "Nothing is impossible." He had been collecting space rings for a day and observing for a day, so he was almost certain that Sword Pavilion had encountered a beast tide. There were many footprints of fierce beasts on the ground, and there were some remaining corpses of fierce beasts in the star market. In addition, the fact that the space rings had not been plundered clearly confirmed his thoughts. Who is this person? Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged man's corpse in front of him and asked, "Pavilion Master?" Lu Shui replied blankly, "This person is Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he felt that this person had an extraordinary temperament and should have a strong background, he did not expect him to be Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. What was this person's cultivation before he died? Lu Shui said in a trembling voice, "Pavilion Master is a 6th stage splitter, and his cultivation is superb." How could he die here? 6th stage. Yang Kai was also a little shocked. He was not afraid of a level 6 heaven splitter. In the great cosmological realm, the strength that a level 6 heaven splitter could unleash was limited. If they really fought, it was unknown who would win with his current ability. He was shocked that a 6th stage splitter would die here. 6th stage splitters had their own foundation, and even if they were no match for a beast tide, they could still escape with their swords. However, looking at the Sword Pavilion Master's death and the traces of battle in the hall, it seemed that he was killed without much ability to resist. In other words, the strength of the one who killed him was far beyond his own. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. Was there such a powerful existence in the great cosmological realm? Moreover, there were no wounds on Sword Pavilion Master's body, so it was impossible to tell how he died. It did not seem like he was killed by a monster beast. All dead, all dead. Lu Shui turned her head and saw that in the hall, except for the corpse of the master, all the high-level members of Sword Pavilion were gathered here. Almost no one was left behind. Including those who were killed by Yang Kai outside Red Star City, she was the only one left alive in Sword Pavilion. With a ripping sound, Yang Kai took a few steps forward, arrived in front of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, tore off his clothes, and stared down in shock. He had originally wanted to find out why the Sword Pavilion Master had died, but who would have thought that he would see the truth? There was a spider-shaped mark on his broad chest. The spider was silver, and there was a crescent moon mark on its back. It was so lifelike that it looked like a living creature. Silver threads extended from its 8 legs and covered the Sword Pavilion Master's body. This is... Yang Kai suddenly felt that the spider mark was somewhat familiar. Before he could figure out where he had seen this pattern, the spider suddenly jumped out of the Sword Pavilion Master's chest and rushed straight at Yang Kai. Lu Shui, who was standing on the side, screamed. Apparently, she was also frightened and retreated. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai tilted his head back, trying to avoid the spider's attack, but in the next instant, a giant 8-legged spider appeared in front of him, filling his vision and occupying his consciousness. This spider was none other than the mark on Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master's chest, magnified countless times. The huge mouth opened and bit at Yang Kai, as if to swallow him in one bite. This was not a real scene. In Lu Shui's vision, after the spider mark on the Pavilion Master's chest jumped out and rushed at Yang Kai's eyes suddenly glazed over. At the same time, a pure spiritual energy rippled out. The spider was a soul divine technique, and the giant spider Yang Kai saw was nothing more than an illusion. But even if it was an illusion, if he was swallowed by this spider, he would not have a good end. At this critical moment of life and death, a dragon's roar rang out and a golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai, roaring as it rushed towards the giant spider. Dragon pressure filled the air as a dragon soared to the highest heavens. With a bang, Yang Kai's soul shook, and when Yang Kai recovered, there was no trace of the spider in front of him. The divine technique hidden on the Sword Pavilion Master's body had been crushed by the dragon pressure. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Yang Kai's face became solemn. He finally remembered why this spider pattern was so familiar. He had seen it before. It was on Shanqing Luo's body. Shanqing Luo had the bloodline of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, and on some unknown part of her body, there was such a mark, almost exactly the same as what he had seen. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was one of the ancient divine spirits, and although its ranking on the divine spirit list was not too high, it was definitely not low either. There was actually a divine spirit in the great cosmological realm. However, when he thought about the dragon bead he obtained in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai felt relieved. The great cosmological realm was mysterious and unpredictable. Since there was a true dragon here, there was nothing strange about having a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider here. It seemed that the Sword Pavilion Master was killed by the heavenly moon demon spider. No wonder he did not have much strength to resist. Even with the suppression of the great cosmological realm, a divine spirit was not a match for ordinary people. If it was allowed to leave the great cosmological realm and go outside, it would definitely not be inferior to Mie Meng. Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. This was a heavenly moon demon spider. If he could kill it, take its monster core, and bring it back to Luo, wouldn't Luo reach the heavens in a single bound? When the time came, he didn't know how happy that little hussy would be. She would definitely use all sorts of methods to serve him. However, Yang Kai quickly dispelled this idea. It was best not to provoke a heavenly moon demon spider if he could avoid it. If he went for wool and came home shorn, it would be bad if he ended up making Luo and the others widows. You. Lu Shue's horrified voice came from the side as she stared at Yang Kai, her eyes trembling violently. In that split second, she seemed to have seen something incredible. She was so frightened that she fell on her butt and forgot to get up in the midst of her shock. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly before ignoring her, leaning over and taking off the space ring of the Sword Pavilion Master. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he found that this guy was really rich. Inside the space ring, there were more than 1 billion heaven-opening pills, piled up into several small mountains, and there were also countless other cultivation materials and artifacts. After all, Yang Kai had been the Sword Pavilion Master for so many years and abused his power in Star City, so he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. A jade slip caught Yang Kai's attention. Taking it out and sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai raised his brow. This jade slip actually contained the Falling Star Sword Array and the Heavenly Dipper Star Array. This was a good thing. Although there were strict requirements for the person who arranged this spirit array, requiring one to be a Sword Dao cultivator, it was not difficult to find someone to arrange it. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. Just as he was about to put this jade slip away though, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, shuttling through space and staring at him, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end, as if he was being stared at by something terrible. In that direction, in the depths of the great desolate mountain range, countless ferocious mutant beasts were galloping about. These mutant beasts were all of different shapes and sizes. Some were as towering as mountains, hundreds of meters tall, and every step they took caused the earth to tremble. Some were humanoid mutant beasts with 2 heads on their backs. There were also some with sickle-like arms that moved like the wind, and although they were humanoid, they had the head of a praying mantis on their heads. These mutant beasts were densely packed together, but at this moment, they were like a well-trained army that was rapidly advancing towards the depths of the great desolate mountain range. The most conspicuous of all was a huge spider at the center of this beast-tied army. It moved forward with its 8 legs, seemingly clumsy and slow, but in fact, it moved like a bolt of lightning. From time to time, this spider would spit out a strand of silk, which would pierce into the body of a monster beast, roll it into its mouth, and swallow it whole. On the back of this huge spider, there was a pavilion-like structure. Inside this pavilion, a woman in revealing clothes was lying lazily on a bamboo chair. This woman was extremely seductive, not losing out to Shan Qing in any way. She was the kind of woman who could make any man's blood boil. Just as Yang Kai urged his dragon pressure to crush the illusion of the heavenly moon demon spider, the enchanting woman on the bamboo chair suddenly opened her eyes and let out a soft cry of surprise as she turned towards the direction of Star City. A moment later, she stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, smiling. With this smile, the world seemed to lose its color, leaving only the charm of her smile. Gently clapping her hands, a green figure immediately flashed over and half knelt in front of her. This figure had the body of a human, but its arms had turned into giant sickles and it had the head of a praying mantis. There's an interesting guy in the direction we came from. Bring him back, alive. The praying mantis nodded, turned into a green light, and flew off to carry out the order. Inside Star City, Yang Kai frowned as he carefully tried to sense his surroundings, but he couldn't feel anything. He couldn't help wondering if he had consumed too much of his strength in yesterday's battle and was hallucinating. Yang Kai wanted to leave, but he had only searched half of this star market, so there was still a good half to go. Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant to leave, so after pondering for a moment, Yang Kai collected all the space rings in the hall before turning around and walking into Star Market, quickly sweeping through it. In any case, this was a dangerous place and it wasn't advisable to stay here for long, so he quickly finished his search and left. Lu Shui was left alone in the hall, and it took a long time for her to slowly recover. She had suffered a lot recently. First, she had been tormented by Yang Kai, then when she returned to Sword Pavilion, she found that she was the only one left. Her heart was filled with sadness, and she didn't know what to do in the future. Taking out some spirit pills, she stuffed them into her mouth and swallowed them before sitting down cross-legged and circulating her secret art to adjust her breathing. No matter what happened in the future, she had to recover first before making any plans. Chapter 40-47. Inside the Star Market, Yang Kai moved quickly, his divine sense spreading out like a tide, and under the urging of his strength, it was as if countless giant hands were stretching out, collecting the space rings of the dead and tossing them into his sealed world bead. There was no time to investigate what was inside these space rings, there were simply too many of them, so he could only slowly search them later. Half a day later, the ruins of the Star Market were basically cleaned up, and just as Yang Kai was about to return home, he suddenly heard a weak and mournful cry coming from a certain direction. Yang Kai quickly turned his head. That cry was coming from the direction of the hall where Sword Pavilion's pavilion master had died, and that cry was undoubtedly Lu Shui's. In this entire Star Market, besides him and Lu Shui, there was no other living person. But at this moment, there was clearly another aura coming from that direction, but this aura was very wild, like a demonic chi. Monster beast. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and out of curiosity, his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already inside the hall, and looking up, his brow furrowed even more. What he saw was Lu Shui's entire body suspended in mid-air, and in front of her was a humanoid monster more than 6 meters tall wearing animal skin. This guy was entirely green, and although it had a humanoid form, it was not human. Its 2 arms were as sharp as sickles, and its neck had a flat head. At first glance, it looked like a praying mantis. What the hell is this thing? Yang Kai had traveled far and wide for many years, but he had never seen such a strange existence. Generally speaking, when a monster beast cultivated to a certain level, it could take human form. Only those who had not cultivated enough would retain some traces of their monster beast form. However, the aura of this mantis head in front of him was very strong, even stronger than the auras of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon, so how could it still have a half-human, half-monster appearance? The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon had not taken human form, so Yang Kai guessed that this was related to their sentience. Without sentience, they naturally could not take human form. Could it be that this mantis head's sentience had not been fully developed? Hearing the movement, the mantis head turned to look at Yang Kai, its 2 compound eyes reflecting a strange light as it raised one of its sickle-like arms and scratched its head, looking a little confused. Master had only told it that there was an interesting guy here and told it to capture him. When it came here, it saw Lu Shui and thought it was her, but who knew that another one would appear? Which one is it? After carefully distinguishing between Lu Shui and Yang Kai's auras, it really couldn't tell. In its perception, Lu Shui was clearly much stronger than Yang Kai, but its monster beast instincts told it that Yang Kai was a fatal threat. After pondering for a while, he suddenly grinned and said in a metallic voice, "Forget it. Let's capture them all and bring them back." This mantis head could talk. Lu Shui was startled for a moment, then immediately looked at Yang Kai with a pleading gaze. At this time, her life was hanging by a thread. As long as the mantis head moved slightly, it could dismember her on the spot. Her only hope was Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was willing to save her, she might still have a chance to live. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai did not even look at her, and she could not help but feel sad. Thinking about it, Yang Kai had previously slaughtered the people of Sword Pavilion and even came here to kill them all. She was a member of Sword Pavilion, so why would he care about her life? "Did you do this?" Yang Kai looked at the mantis head and asked, but soon shook his head, "You don't have this ability. I don't know what you're talking about." The mantis head shook its arms and threw Lu Shui, who was suspended in the air, to the side. As it walked towards Yang Kai, its two scythe-like arms gently rubbed against each other, producing a harsh sound. "Little thing, mistress told me to capture you alive, so you'd better not resist, otherwise you'll suffer." "Mistress?" Kai Yang raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to inquire who this matriarch was, a green light flashed in front of his eyes. The mantis head was right in front of his face, and with a flash of sharp light, its scythe arm stabbed towards his shoulder. So fast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he instantly urged his space principles, teleporting away and reappearing 10 meters away. With a tearing sound, his clothes were torn. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw that the new set of clothes he had changed into on the way here had been cut open. Fortunately, his reaction wasn't slow, otherwise, he would have been at a disadvantage. "Huh!" The mantis head tilted its head, its two compound eyes darting around, seemingly very confused. "You're so fast. You're not bad either." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Then let's see who's faster." The mantis head grinned, revealing 2 rows of saw-like fangs in its mouth, and as soon as it finished speaking, its entire body turned into a streak of green light and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai waited with rapt attention, locking onto the mantis head's aura with his divine sense and urging his space principles, countering each move as it came. In an instant, a strange wind blew and figures flickered, filling the hall with the cries of the wind. Lu Shui, who had been thrown to the side, looked up and saw that the entire hall was filled with figures of Yang Kai and the mantis head. For a time, she couldn't tell which one was the real one. She couldn't help feeling shocked. Normally, it would have been difficult to encounter such a swift existence, but this time there were actually 2 of them, and they were evenly matched. She didn't dare to remain in place. Whether it was the mantis head or Yang Kai, neither had any intention of taking care of her. Once she was caught in the aftermath of the battle between these 2, she wouldn't be able to resist in her current state. Forcing herself to stand, she groped her way to the entrance of the hall and stumbled out. She had only run for less than 100 feet when she heard a violent explosion behind her. She turned around and saw that the hall had been shattered. 2 figures had soared into the sky, and the violent aftershock swept over, sending her flying more than 100 feet. She landed heavily on the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. Outside the hall, whether it was Yang Kai or the mantis head, both seemed to have broken free from some kind of shackles. Like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest, they instantly pushed their speed to the limit. Above Star City, the 2 figures crisscrossed, chasing each other from one end of Star City to the other. From time to time, they would exchange blows, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Strictly speaking, in terms of speed, Yang Kai couldn't compare to the mantis head. The mantis head was truly as fast as the wind and as fast as thunder, while Yang Kai relied on nothing more than the space principles. What was even more terrifying was that not only was the mantis head's speed extremely fast, breaking through the sound of wind and thunder, but his saber technique was also as exquisite as a grandmaster's. Those 2 sickle-like arms seemed to be natural sabers, and when the mantis head brandished them, they were simply invincible. At first glance, one could tell that his saber technique was completely random and should have been comprehended on his own, but it was also completely natural and exquisite. Every strike he made was just right, and his strength was not wasted in the slightest. Yang Kai was actually feeling a little strained. He came with the invincible momentum of breaking Sword Pavilion's sword array and destroying thousands of Thunder Light Sect cultivators. If the opponent's strength was insufficient, he could easily wipe them out, but this mantis had actually made him feel pressured at this moment, which showed how terrifying this guy was. Who among the cultivators in the great cosmological realm could be a match for such an existence? Yang Kai reckoned that even if the Sword Pavilion Master came back to life, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage over him. And such a guy was just a servant, so how terrifying was the mistress? Yang Kai faintly suspected that the mistress mentioned by the mantis head should be the heavenly moon demon spider. Thinking about it, he was indeed a little whimsical when he thought about the heavenly moon demon spider. Enough! Yang Kai roared angrily and struck out with his palm. Violent power surged and blasted the mantis head away. In terms of speed, Yang Kai could rely on the space principles to not fall into a disadvantage, But if this continued, when would it end? He couldn't stay in this dangerous place for long. If the heavenly moon demon spider came back, he didn't know if he could withstand it. This battle had to be ended quickly. The moment he forced the mantis head back, Yong-kai summoned the divine origin magnet gourd. With a thought, he opened the gourd and a multicolored light swept out, filling the world and wrapping around the mantis head. Clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew. Yong-kai's eyes widened as he stared in front of him in astonishment. Inside the divine origin magnet light, the mantis head was being washed away by the divine origin magnet light. Although its speed was greatly reduced, its momentum was still overwhelming. The divine origin magnet light that had caused Thunder Lightsword Pavilion to suffer a great loss didn't have much effect on the mantis head. Although it was instantly covered in cuts and bruises, they were only minor injuries that could be ignored. This guy was a 6th grade monster beast. Monster beasts outside the universe realm were also divided into grades. For example, Heaven Opening Realm monster beasts that weren't even at the Heaven Opening Realm were naturally not included. In other words, the mantis head had a 6th grade monster core, otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to resist the divine origin magnet light with its physical body. Yong-kai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what attribute the mantis head's monster core was, a 6th grade monster core was a treasure. Although the mantis head wasn't seriously injured, it was clearly angered by Yong-kai's sudden change in tactics and felt that this guy was despicable and shameless. He had clearly competed in speed with it, but now he had suddenly changed tactics, making it feel deeply humiliated and malicious. It cried out, "Little thing, you've made this Lord Mantis very angry. This Lord Mantis has decided to eat one of your arms and one of your legs. In any case, losing an arm and a leg wouldn't kill him." The matriarch had only ordered him to bring the mantis head back alive and hadn't said anything about bringing the mantis head back whole, so he wasn't going against her orders. As it cried out, it brandished its scythe in an airtight manner, cutting off the divine origin magnet light that was rushing towards it. In an instant, it had arrived within 10 jong of Yong-kai. Yong-kai's expression was solemn. He knew that the divine origin magnet light was useless against this guy. Although the divine origin magnet gourd was extremely powerful and was a true killing weapon, once the enemy had a 6th grade monster core or above to resist it, its usefulness would be limited. This secret treasure was suitable for large-scale battles, just like the battle with the Thunder Light Sect's thousands of people. The divine origin magnet light was useless, and he couldn't use the Golden Crow casting sun for the time being. When he had broken through Sword Pavilion's sword formation, Yong-kai's Dao seal had been slightly shaken. Unless it was a matter of life and death, it was best not to use this divine technique. Moreover, when facing an opponent like the mantis head, the only correct way was to use force to break force. Chapter 40-48. With this thought, Yong-kai instantly put away the wind gourd and stretched out his hand to grasp the air. When the dragon might filled the air, he took out the black dragon spear and thrust it forward. The mantis head was furious, but he did not expect Yong-kai to change his move so quickly. As the tip of the black dragon spear rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, he hurriedly blocked with his 2 blades. With a clink, the color of the mantis's head changed slightly, and its 2 compound eyes trembled violently. The figure that was pouncing forward actually floated backward like a ghost, like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind, without the slightest weight. After retreating more than 100 feet, the mantis head looked down and saw that there was a dent in his right arm. His sturdy blade arm was almost pierced through by his opponent's spear. His heart was shocked as he stared at the black dragon spear in Yong-kai's hand and said hoarsely, "What kind of spear is this?" He knew his body well. Although he did not dare to say that it was impregnable, there were only a few things that could hurt him. However, the opponent in front of him was so terrifying that he felt a fatal threat. "Of course it's a spear to kill you." Before Yong-kai finished speaking, he had already flashed in front of the mantis head and thrust his spear forward like a dragon. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. He was prepared to take the life of the mantis head with that spear. The black dragon spear was refined from the entire dragon skeleton. Even in the 3,000 worlds, it was a top-killing treasure. Although the mantis head's defense was strong, It was impossible for him to block the power of the black dragon spear. Unfortunately, it was still a failure. After suffering a loss, the mantis head did not dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly swayed his body and dodged. His entire body turned into a green light, constantly flying around Yang Kai. He waved his blade arm and slashed out an incredible attack from every corner. Yang Kai pushed the power of the black dragon spear to the limit, and the sky was covered with spear shadows. Compared to the mantis head's exquisite blade technique, Yang Kai's spear technique could be said to be a beginner. After all, he had never systematically practiced spear techniques. Ever since he obtained the black dragon spear, he had been using it casually. The two could not be compared in terms of technique. It was not that he did not value technique, but compared to skillful techniques, he still felt that in a life-and-death battle, the level of strength was the decisive factor. No matter how strong the opponent's technique was, he could break it. But now, he knew that his thoughts were a little narrow-minded. The power of the black dragon spear was boundless, but it could not do anything to the mantis head. The opponent's body was as slippery as a loach, and his blade technique had reached perfection. He had reached a terrifying level of a terrifying realm that had reached a terrifying realm of strength with strength. From time to time, he had reached a terrifying realm of a realm. His strong body, he could not block Blade's blade arm. If he continued to fight like this, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Yang Kai's heart trembled, but there was nothing he could do. If he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. Although the mantis head was fast, he could not stop him for a moment. But if he retreated like this, he would be depressed, and it would hinder his martial arts. Your blood looks delicious. In the fierce battle, the mantis head still had the leisure to pay attention to other things. Obviously, he was at ease. When he said this, he was slightly panting, as if he had seen an extremely delicious food, and it made his mouth water. Yang Kai was full of dragon blood. A normal cultivator might not feel anything, but the mantis head was born as a monster beast and had a keen sense of smell. Naturally, he noticed the difference immediately. No wonder Mistress wanted me to catch you alive. Ha ha ha, Master Mantis is going to make a contribution. The mantis head laughed, and as his body turned, his voice came from all directions. Yang Kai pursed his lips tightly and said nothing, concentrating on dealing with the mantis head's storm-like attacks. Wherever the two of them passed, sword chi and spear chi would sweep across the heavens and earth, causing the already dilapidated star market to become even more fragmented. However, there was bound to be a lapse in defense. One man and one monster fought for half an hour before the mantis head finally found a good opportunity. Its blade arm blocked Yang Kai's black dragon spear, and its whole body crashed into Yang Kai. Its two compound eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a blade stabbed toward Yang Kai's chest and abdomen. With a muffled sound, half of the blade arm stabbed into Yang Kai's abdomen and came out from his back. Blood splattered, and Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale, but the corners of his mouth hooked up into a sarcastic smile. I finally caught you. As soon as he finished speaking, he completely ignored the sharpness of the blade arm and grabbed it with his left hand. In an instant, his fingers were cut and blood gushed out. The mantis head thought that the situation was over and was about to laugh, but when he heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw the black dragon spear stabbing straight at his head. He laughed hoarsely. You want to catch this, Master Mantis? You're too naive, little thing. The blade arm stabbed into Yang Kai's abdomen suddenly twisted, and while Yang Kai was in pain, the mantis head smoothly pulled it out and retreated. Condense! Yang Kai shouted as he thrust his spear, pushing his space principles to the limit. With a single word, the space around him instantly froze. The mantis head's smile stiffened on his face as he felt the space around him crazily compress, greatly reducing the speed at which he retreated. Seeing the black dragon spear quickly fill his vision, he cried out in horror, "Little thing is too treacherous." No matter how desperately he tried, he could not outrun the black dragon spear. With a puff, the sound of something shattering rang out and the mantis head in the air burst apart, his headless corpse twitching as it plummeted to the ground. Yang Kai pulled back his spear and spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure unable to stop himself from falling to the ground. He had suffered a great loss this time. In order to kill the mantis head with this final spear strike, Yang Kai had been concealing his strength, trying his best to endure, not using the space principles to limit the mantis head's speed. This was all in order to make the mantis head careless, and in the end, he had risked using his own body to delay his opponent, using the space principles to limit his speed, which had allowed him to succeed. If not for this, who knew how long this battle would have taken? However, it was worth it. Although Yang Kai was seriously injured, being able to kill such a powerful enemy was also a kind of gain and tempering for his growth. Looking down, Yang Kai saw a bloody hole in his chest and abdomen, blood pouring out from it, and countless wounds all over his body. In this battle, Yang Kai had been the one to take a beating from beginning to end. The mantis head had only taken 2 hits from him, one to probe and the other to kill. Wanting to get up, Yang Kai felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen, forcing him to sit down cross-legged, taking out some healing pills and stuffing them into his mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai put the mantis head's body into his space ring before silently circulating his secret art to restore his condition. Time passed slowly, and after a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai heard the sound of footsteps. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a pale Lu Shui walking over, staring at him in a daze. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed across Lu Shui's eyes. She had escaped from the main hall before, so she had not been affected by the aftermath of the battle between Yang Kai and the mantis head. However, she had not known how the battle was going, so as soon as the battle had stopped, she had come over to investigate. Unexpectedly, the one who won in the end was actually Yang Kai. Instead, the seemingly invincible mantis head had fallen to the side, its head shattered. Although she did not see the entire process of the battle, she knew that it had been thrilling. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai's aura weak and pale face, it was obvious that he had also suffered serious injuries. Pursing her lips, Lu Shui walked towards Yang Kai step by step. Yang Kai watched her coldly, not knowing what this woman wanted to do. Could it be that she wanted to take advantage of his heavy injuries to take revenge? However, he was also an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't exert much of its strength. If she really did so, he would definitely give her a big surprise and teach her that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. 1 step, 2 steps, a distance of a few thousand feet, Lu Shui walked for half an incense stick to burn before arriving in front of Yang Kai. Panting slightly, she stretched out her hand to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. He had accumulated a little bit of strength and was ready to use it. However, he felt very strange. Why didn't this woman have the slightest murderous intent? In the next moment, Kai Yang revealed a stunned expression, because although Lu Shui had caught him, she didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. Instead, she turned her back to him and squatted down in front of him, revealing her slender back. She grabbed his wrists with both hands and lifted him onto her back, whispering, "This is a dangerous place, we shouldn't stay for long." Struggling to get up, Yang Kai walked out of Star City step by step. This woman, she actually wanted to carry him away. Yang Kai was a little confused. He wouldn't be surprised if Lu Shui took this opportunity to take revenge. After all, he had killed so many people from Sword Pavilion and made her suffer a fate worse than death. It could be said that there was a deep enmity between them. But what did she mean by doing this? Kai Yang didn't understand. Their relationship was that of an enemy, not a friend. After all, she was a woman and her body was very soft. It was the first time for her to carry a man on her back. Yang Kai's breathing entered Lu Shui's ears and her ears gradually turned red. Although the two of them were about the same height, Yang Kai was still taller than her, so Lu Shui could only walk with her back bent, which looked very funny. It was also the first time that Yang Kai had been carried by a woman like this, and a very strange feeling welled up in his heart. In any case, this kind of thing made him feel very uncomfortable. He reached out and patted Lu Shui's shoulder, coughed lightly, and said, "Hold on to me." Lu Shui stopped and thought for a moment. In the end, she put Yang Kai down and held one of Yang Kai's arms, supporting him as they walked forward. After a few steps, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yang Kai caught her. Yang Kai was speechless and Lu Shui's face was a little red. "Let's go," Yang Kai said, the two of them supporting each other as they left this dilapidated star city step by step, giving off a feeling of supporting each other. Before coming here, young Kai was in high spirits and full of killing intent. He never thought that he would be in such a sorry state when he returned. From time to time, he would turn his head to look at Lu Shui. He was sure that this woman didn't have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, it would have been the best opportunity to kill her. Chapter 40-49. Inside a cave near a cliff, two figures sat cross-legged more than 10 meters apart. The cave was not big, but it was clean and well hidden. After leaving Sword Pavilion Star Market, Lu Shui brought young Kai here. This place was a few 100 kilometers away from Sword Pavilion, so it was not too far away. She had seen this cave before, so she was quite familiar with it. Both of them were silently healing their wounds, and time passed silently. Strictly speaking, the two of them had supported each other all the way from Star Market and hadn't communicated much. Yang Kai did not ask Lu Shui why she had done this, nor did he take the opportunity to attack her, nor did he intend to take revenge. Women's thoughts were the most difficult to guess. Guessing back and forth would give him a headache, so why should he ask for trouble? After 3 days, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his aura completely restored, and the wound on his chest and abdomen had basically healed. He had a half-dragon body, so his restorative ability was extremely strong, and now that the wood attribute power of the immortal tree had been condensed in his Dao seal, it could be said that as long as it was not a fatal injury, he would be able to recover as long as he spent some time. Slowly getting up, a burst of crackling sounds came from his body. Stretching his muscles and bones, Yang Kai felt that his mental state had never been better. Although the battle with the mantis head had been difficult, it had allowed him to recognize some of his shortcomings, so it could be said that he had gained a lot. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Lu Shui was still healing her wounds, her aura still weak. Her injuries were not so easy to heal, and the after-effects of being burned by the golden crow true fire could not be erased in a short time. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai no longer had any desire to kill this woman. Half a day later, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, identified the direction a little, and then soared into the sky. 3 days later, Lu Shui opened her eyes and looked around, only to find that she was the only one left here. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. However, although Yang Kai had left, she could perceive that there were some simple spirit arrays arranged in this cave, which had the effect of concealing one's aura and concealing one's whereabouts. These simple spirit arrays were undoubtedly left behind by Yang Kai before he left. After staring blankly for a while, Lu Shui closed her eyes again and adjusted her breathing. Outside Red Star City, a stream of light cut through the sky and swooped down. The disciples who were responsible for monitoring the movements in all directions and guarding the Star Market array were shocked when they saw this. Just as they were about to activate the array, they suddenly found that the person who rushed over was Yang Kai. For a moment, their hands and feet turned cold and they froze on the spot. This murderous star had returned. Previously, outside the Star Market, Yang Kai had single-handedly broken the Sword Pavilion's sword array and destroyed Lei Guang. Tens of thousands of people in the Star Market had witnessed it. How could they not recognize him? The heads of the Kai Star sect had been blinded by greed and had abandoned Yang Kai at the time of crisis. Undoubtedly, they had deeply offended him. Before this, the disciples of the Kai Star sect were even more anxious. Many of them were afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with them, so they had quietly left the Kai Star sect and fled for their lives. If it weren't for Chen Tianfei's order to activate the Grand Array and verify the identity of anyone who wanted to leave, it was hard to say how many people would still be left in Crimson Star. Even so, the disciples of the Kai Star sect were still nervous. Yang Kai had captured Lu Shui and taken her to Sword Pavilion's headquarters, so now that he had returned, it wasn't difficult to guess the situation in Sword Pavilion. Now that this murderous star had returned, what should the Kai Star sect do? Yang Kai didn't rush directly into the Star Market. When he was about to reach the Star Market, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Then, with a slight smile, he turned around and landed in that direction. Soon, they arrived at a col in the mountains and landed on a huge head. The sound of his landing alarmed the owner of the head and it raised its head abruptly. Just as it was about to fly into a rage, Yang Kai stepped on it and it immediately calmed down. This behemoth was none other than Scarlet Flood Dragon. Yang Kai then looked at a hole not far away and shouted, "Come out." There was a rumbling sound, as if thunder was rolling from the ground. Then, the Earth Dragon rushed out of the hole. Its huge mouth squirmed endlessly, and its mucus splashed everywhere. There was a sizzling sound of corrosion coming from the ground. Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously disgusted and snorted disdainfully. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at the two big guys with a smile. "Did someone drive you out?" When he left, the Earth Dragon's whereabouts were unknown. According to Guozian, during the previous battle in the Yuan-Ci mountain, the Earth Dragon saw that the situation was bad and fled. Thunder Radiance Sect and Sword Pavilion's people couldn't do anything to it, so they let it go. On the other hand, Scarlet Flood Dragon was captured and later returned to the Star Market. When Yang Kai's words fell, two divine senses were transmitted directly. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon didn't have high sentience, so they couldn't speak or take human form, but they could still transmit some information through their divine sense. Moreover, after following Yang Kai for some time, Yang Kai clearly felt that their sentience had improved a lot. Before, it had been quite difficult to communicate with them, but now it was much easier. It should be related to the consumption of dragon blood pills. The dragon blood pills that Yang Kai refined in the Great Cosmological Realm were all top grade, mainly because the dragon blood flower's grade was very high. It was greatly beneficial for him to consume it himself, not to mention that Scarlet Flood Dragon was an exotic beast with a dragon vein. During this period, their bodies had also grown a lot. Through their description, Yang Kai knew that it wasn't that someone drove them out of the Star Market, but that they felt uncomfortable in the Star Market and ran out. Thinking about it, each of them was a huge monster that was dozens of feet long. The buildings in the Star Market were crowded, so how could they be used freely? Yang Kai nodded slightly. After careful observation, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's injuries had not recovered. Previously, it was beaten badly by the Sword Pavilion's people in the Yuan-Ci mountain and was almost beheaded. Until now, there was still a huge sword wound on its neck that could not be healed for a long time. The Earth Dragon was fine. This guy was very cunning. If Yang Kai hadn't suppressed it with the dragon vein, he might not have been able to subdue it. At this moment, several figures rushed out of the Star Market and hurried towards Yang Kai. These people were all in the heaven-opening realm, but they didn't fly. Instead, they ran. The one in the lead was very fat, like a mountain of meat. When he ran, the ground shook. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? Behind him were the heads of the Kaixing realm. Although he was fat, his movements were indescribably nimble. In just a few steps, he ran over. With a smile on his face, he cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang, on your triumphant return." He was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so it was indescribably awkward for him to call someone from the Emperor realm brother. However, he had no choice. The other party was stronger than him, so he had no choice but to lower his head. As for the title of Sixth Head, he was too ashamed to call him that. Behind him, the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and Bei Yushan also congratulated in unison, their expressions complicated. Who would have thought that the young man who had forced his way into Kaixing would have such terrifying ability? If they had known earlier, they would have treated him with sincerity. As long as they could make him submit, who in the great cosmological realm would Kaixing be afraid of? Unfortunately, they had missed the best opportunity and instead kicked them while they were down. Now, it was too late to regret. What made them feel even more embarrassed and angry was that when they personally went out to welcome him, Yang Kai actually ignored them. He just turned his back to them, treating them as if they were nothing and instead treating the two mutant beasts kindly. After a while, Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out 2 red spirit pills, which fell into the mouths of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. Chen Tianfei saw this and his heart jumped. Although he didn't know what those spirit pills were, they were extraordinary. This guy actually casually threw them to 2 mutant beasts. What a waste of God's gifts. Brother Yang, how was the result of this trip? Chen Tianfei asked again, a cautious expression on his face. Yang Kai finally turned around and swept his gaze across the faces of these people one by one. His expression was indifferent, without any joy or anger, but when his gaze swept over them, whether it was Chen Tianfei or the others, all of them felt their skin tighten, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying beast and could die at any time. Thump thump thump, the sound of violent heartbeats came from Chen Tianfei's heart. Cold sweat slid down Chen Tianfei's forehead, and the forced smile on his face became extremely stiff. After a long time, Yang Kai chuckled, "Master Chen, what do you want me to do?" This was probably what Kai Xing was most concerned about. If Yang Kai could really wipe out Sword Pavilion alone, then no one in the great cosmological realm would be his opponent. If Sword Pavilion could compete with him, then at least there would be one restriction. However, they never would have thought that Yang Kai didn't have any contact with Sword Pavilion at all. Instead, he fought a mantis head. Hearing Yang Kai's rhetorical question, Chen Tianfei smiled awkwardly. "Of course I want Brother Yang to be invincible and win every battle." Haha. Yang Kai didn't comment. Who would believe him? He was too lazy to say anything more. He took a step forward and arrived at Star Market. With another step, he arrived at his mansion. Kai Xing and the other masters were left shivering in the cold wind, feeling a chill on their backs. Chen Tianfei suddenly recovered and hurriedly chased after him. "Brother Yang, Brother Yang." He was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Yang Kai had really returned. Although he didn't know how the battle between him and Sword Pavilion was, since he had returned, Sword Pavilion shouldn't be having a good time. He was delighted that Yang Kai didn't kill them as soon as he came back, which meant that Yang Kai had no intention of killing them. Otherwise, with his murderous nature, how could he show mercy? However, although he didn't kill them, it didn't mean that he was willing to let go of the past. Kai Xing's side needed to satisfy him. Chen Tianfei didn't dare to be negligent. The master had placed the burden of Kai Xing's survival on him. If he didn't do a good job, Kai Xing's destruction would only be a matter of time. In the mansion, Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, dozens of pairs of eyes looked over, all of them inexplicably excited. "Young master is back." Yuehe smiled and curtsied gracefully, as if she was really a maid. It was hard to imagine that this woman was a fifth-grade heaven splitter. Chapter 40-50. Yang Kai was already used to her and nodded slightly. "Brother Yang." Meng Hong and the others cupped their fists in relief. "This lowly one greets the master." Guo Ziyan's voice resounded, and the more than 30 people behind him cupped their fists in unison. "Greetings, master." "Welcome back, master." All of them were full of energy, and their voices were full of respect and admiration. They had no choice but to admire him. A few days ago, they would never have thought that someone in the Emperor realm would be able to do such an unimaginable thing. Apart from Guo Ziyan, who was at the second rank, the rest of them were all from the Emperor realm. What they saw that day had already turned this young man in front of them into a totem that they worshipped in their hearts. "No need to be so polite. You may rise." Yang Kai raised his hand. Guo Ziyan and the others stood up. Yuehe pursed her lips and smiled. "Young master, please know that Commander Guo has already resigned from his position as Crimson Star's great commander. Now, these people are no longer Crimson Star's people." He resigned from his position as great commander? Yang Kai glanced at Guo Ziyan and the group behind him and nodded. "It's good that he resigned. What do you plan to do in the future?" Guo Ziyan cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "This lowly one is willing to follow the master and serve the master with all our might." "We are willing to follow the master and serve the master," everyone said in unison. Yang Kai understood tacitly. He knew that the battle that day had already marked them as his people. No matter who saw it, they were his people. Crimson Star probably wouldn't dare to keep them, which was why they could leave Crimson Star so easily. Otherwise, how could Crimson Star allow their disciples to defect? Guo Ziyan's character was not bad. That day on the Yuan-Ci mountain, he did not flinch in the face of Lei Guang's coercion. Instead, he was willing to live and die with Yang Kai, which showed that he was a trustworthy and useful person. It was just that his cultivation base was a little lacking, at the second stage splitting heaven. Even if he improved in the future, he would at most be at the fourth stage. What's more, Yang Kai really needed some subordinates to deal with some chores, so he nodded and said, "Good, since that's the case, then you will follow me in the future. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as you are sincere, I will not let you down." Everyone's spirits were lifted and they all shouted, "Thank you, Master." Everyone was overjoyed. With the protection of a great god like Yang Kai, their status in the great cosmological realm would also rise. Who would they need to be afraid of in the future? Congratulations, Commander Guo. Your wish has finally come true. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Guo Ziyan's old face was a little red, and he blushed with shame as he said, "Miss Yuhi, please don't make fun of me. In the future, I will still need your guidance." Yuhi smiled even more brightly. After laughing, Yuhi took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "These are the belongings of the people you killed before. Collect them and sort them out for you." Yang Kai took it, glanced at it, and put it away calmly. Yuhi was a little surprised. There were a lot of things inside. After all, it was the belongings of 3,000 people, especially the mid-rank heaven-opening space rings. All of them were extremely rich. She thought that Yang Kai would be overjoyed after receiving them, but who would have thought that there would be no reaction at all? Could it be that he was already satisfied with the harvest from the Yuan Ci mountain last time? While she was surprised, she heard Yang Kai say, "It just so happens that you have this experience, so I'll need you to work a little harder." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai waved his hand. The next moment, a series of clinking sounds rang out as a large pile of space rings appeared in the courtyard, piling up like a small hill in front of everyone. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They stared blankly ahead, and the shock in the depths of their hearts couldn't be any greater. The space rings piled up in front of them numbered in the tens of thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. Yuhi's face paled as she asked in a trembling voice, "Young master, how many people did you kill?" She was on the verge of tears. Wasn't this young master's killing intent too heavy? How could he kill so many people on a trip to Sword Pavilion's headquarters? No wonder Yang Kai didn't react when he received the space rings. Those were the space rings of 3,000 people, but there were tens of thousands of people on Yang Kai's side. They weren't on the same level at all, so how could he show any reaction? Guo Ziyan and the others were also dumbfounded, their expressions sluggish. Just as Yuhi had thought, each space ring represented a life. Tens of thousands of space rings were equivalent to tens of thousands of people. Yang Kai had only been gone for 3 or 4 days, yet so many people had died at his hands. What's more, how could there be so many people in Sword Pavilion for him to kill? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could this master have become so murderous that he slaughtered everyone in Star City? If that was the case, then it would be an incredible matter. The situation is a little complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, "Guo Ziyan. This humble one is here." Guo Ziyan responded solemnly, his heart beating rapidly. "Take some people to sort out the space rings here and classify them like before." "Yes." Guo Ziyan quietly gulped. They had several dozen people, so sorting out tens of thousands of space rings would be a big project. It would take at least 10 days to half a month. Meng Hong said, "I'll also help." Yang Kai nodded, "I'll have to trouble Brother Meng." Meng Hong laughed, "Brother Yang is too serious. This Meng is deeply grateful for the sun's true fire you bestowed upon me. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning." Leaving Guo Ziyan, Meng Hong, and the others to sort out the space rings in the courtyard, Yang Kai called Yuhi into the hall. Yuhi served him tea and looked at him nervously. "Eldest young master, what happened? You didn't really slaughter an entire Star City, did you? Killing a few people wasn't a big deal, but if Yang Kai really slaughtered an entire Star City, it would be too much. It would likely give birth to a heart demon in the future and become the demon race. How could she not be nervous? How is that possible?" Yang Kai held a teacup and sat down on a chair. He had come here to cause trouble for Sword Pavilion, so even if a fight really broke out, he wouldn't implicate innocent people, let alone slaughter an entire Star City. I told you, things are a little complicated. What happened? He swayed her hips as she sat down on the chair next to him. Yang Kai frowned and said, before I went, Sword Pavilion's Star City was trampled to the ground and everyone was dead. Those space rings were just picked up by me. Picked up? He was speechless. His luck was too good. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings on a single trip, which was a huge windfall. She quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Sword Pavilion's Star City was trampled to the ground. Who has such ability? The forces in the Star City weren't very strong, and Sword Pavilion was considered the most powerful. Who could trample them to the ground? A beast tide. Yang Kai exhaled softly. It wasn't a simple beast tide. It was different from the ones we encountered before. I didn't see the specific situation, but Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master died there, and no one survived. Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master also died? He was truly shocked this time. She also knew that the Pavilion Master was a 6-stage heaven splitter, and his strength was even stronger than hers. Such a figure was astonishingly talented and could be considered a first-rate figure in the various grotto heavens and blessed lands. Yet, he had died in the great cosmological realm? Shocked, she asked, how did you know Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master? Lu Shui said so, otherwise, how could I know him? Yang Kai put down his teacup and grinned meaningfully. I'm afraid you can't imagine who killed Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. He looked at him inquiringly, and Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense, softly spitting out a few words, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. His expression suddenly changed, obviously knowing what a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider represented. It was an ancient divine spirit. It was an existence that stood at the peak of this world, and only a high-rank heaven-splitting master could contend with it. When I was collecting space rings in the star market, I encountered a guy with the head of a praying mantis. Yang Kai threw out the corpse of the praying mantis as he spoke. He turned her head and saw that the corpse had no head, and its entire body was dark green. Its 2 blade-like arms were extremely sharp, and its leg bones were inverted with barbs. Although it was humanoid, it retained a large part of the monster beast's characteristics. This guy is not simple. I was seriously injured by him, and it took me 3 days to recover. Yang Kai flicked his fingers. He can hurt you. He was surprised, followed by a look of suspicion. Strange, if he can hurt you, then his strength must be extraordinary. Why is he still like this? He should have transformed long ago. I'm also very curious about this, so I brought him back for you to take a look. How much do you know about the great cosmological realm? He shook her head solemnly. I don't know much. I've only heard that the fog of the great cosmological realm suppresses the universe, and that there is no opening of the sky in the great cosmological realm. Only those who have been here and left safely know what the situation inside is like. After pondering for a moment, she guessed, the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm are extremely strange. Exotic beasts like the scarlet flood dragon and the earth dragon are quite strong, so they should have transformed long ago, but their intelligence has not been awakened. Perhaps it's because of the strange laws here. This, the half-human, half-beast appearance of this praying mantis is probably the same. Yang Kai nodded. That's the only possibility, but there are divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. This place is not as simple as we thought. He also felt the same. Even an existence like Sword Pavilion had been destroyed by the beast tide, so Kaixing's side was not safe either. Not to mention the terrifying existence of a divine spirit. Even if a few more praying mantis came, Kaixing might not be able to withstand them. This was a guy who could injure Yang Kai, and ordinary people would find it difficult to resist. He even doubted that she could last an incense stick worth of time against him. In any case, be careful in the future. Yang Kai exhorted. He was already considering a way out. If they were really blocked by a divine spirit one day, they would still have a chance to retreat calmly. While the two were talking, Chen Yu suddenly walked in from outside. She carefully looked at Yang Kai's face, and said softly, "Master, the heads of Kaixing are outside asking for an audience." Chapter 40-51. He pursed her lips and smiled. They are here to ask for peace. They came to welcome me outside the city before, but I ignored them, Yang Kai sneered. Then they must be restless now. As Yuhi spoke, she handed over a box. After you left that day, Master Kai Xing led his men here and gave you this. He wanted me to put in a good word for you when you returned. What is it? Yang Kai glanced at the box. Yuhi said casually, I'm afraid you don't like it. It's just 3 sets of 5th grade materials. Yang Kai nodded, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. 3 sets of 5th grade materials. She didn't know if she would ever be able to obtain these items in her lifetime. They would be a valuable resource in the outside world, but now, she had casually given them away as gifts. As expected, the person who received the gifts didn't seem to think much of it. She deeply felt that there was an insurmountable gap between her and some people, and she was disappointed. Yuhi observed his expression and saw that Yang Kai didn't directly refuse, so she turned and asked, Who else is here? Chen Yu whispered, Master Kai Xing and the other masters are here. Master Kai Xing, who came once, is also here. Yuhi nodded and looked at Yang Kai, asking, Master Kai Xing, do you want to see them? Yang Kai put down his teacup, patted his clothes, and grinned, See, since they are here to give benefits, why not see them? Yuhi was speechless. She knew that Kai Xing was going to lose a lot of money this time, but she didn't know how ruthless this young master would be. In front of the mansion, Kai Xing and the other masters didn't look good. They had already given Yang Kai enough face when they went out to welcome him, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them and trampled on their face. Anyone would feel humiliated. Thinking of Yang Kai's terrifying strength, they didn't dare to say anything. This time, under the leadership of Master Kai Xing, they had collectively chased after him, but they were still left outside for so long. It was really intolerable. Boss, if you ask me, we should just go in. How long are we going to stand here and wait? Bei Yushan said in a buzzing voice. The main reason was that there were many people walking to and fro on the street. Many people were looking at them strangely, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Shut up. Chen Tianfei jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted, Do you want to die? Even if you don't want to die, don't drag us down with you. In his heart, he wanted to slap this brainless guy to death. How could he even think of such a rotten idea? Bei Yushan scratched his head. He didn't know what he had said wrong. Chen Tianfei took a step forward and whispered to the chief head, We've already sent people out. We'll know the situation in Sword Pavilion in a day or 2. Chief head, please be patient for the time being. It won't be too late to make a plan after we get the feedback from Sword Pavilion. The chief head didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear anything. For the several heads, what they were most curious about was the result of the battle between Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion. If Yang Kai won, it meant that no one in the Great Void Realm could stop him. If Sword Pavilion won, it would be best. At the very least, Yang Kai couldn't be lawless. Therefore, as soon as he noticed that Yang Kai had returned, Chen Tianfei had already sent people to the headquarters of Sword Pavilion to inquire about the situation. However, the journey would definitely be delayed for some time, and they were also afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts later, so the several heads came over to make peace. It was nothing more than a delaying tactic. What was the situation over there? Chen Tianfei's mind was full of random thoughts. Judging from the strength that Yang Kai had shown before, Sword Pavilion shouldn't be able to resist him, but the Sword Pavilion master was a 6th grade heaven splitter, so he couldn't help but have some hope. A 6th grade heaven splitter was only a hair's breadth away from high rank, and the origin of the Sword Pavilion master was mysterious. It was said that he came from a very large force, so his background must be extraordinary. At this moment, with a creak, the door of the mansion opened, and a timid figure came into view. Chen Tianfei hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Miss Yu, how is the situation? In the past, he wouldn't have paid attention to a nobody like Chen Yu, let alone speak to her so politely. Now, it was different. The Prime Minister was a 7th grade official, and anyone who was close to Yang Kai would rise in status. Chen Yu shrunk her neck and stepped aside. Master, please come in. My young master invites you in. She used to call Yang Kai brother Yang, but after the incident with Stars Zhao, She didn't have the face to call him that anymore, so she followed his lead. Chen Tianfei was relieved and cupped his hands with a smile. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Yu. Saying so, he secretly stuffed a space ring into her hands. Chen Yu was caught off guard and foolishly accepted it, but by the time she reacted, Kai Xing and the other masters had already disappeared. Staring blankly at the space ring in her hand, Chen Yu blinked and soon realized what was going on. Sweeping it with her divine sense, she found that there were 3,000 heaven-splitting pills inside, causing her heart to skip a beat. For any master in the Emperor realm, 3,000 heaven-splitting pills was a considerable amount of resources, yet she had received such a great benefit just by passing on a message. Chen Yu's heart pounded rapidly as this was the first time she had done such a thing. Glancing around and confirming that there was no one around, she sheepishly put away the space ring and closed the door. Kai Xing and the other masters entered the mansion and, under the guidance of Chen Tianfei, walked towards the main hall. This mansion was originally arranged by Chen Tianfei for young Kai, so he naturally knew what was going on inside. As they moved forward, Chen Tianfei sent a divine sense message to the Chief Master. Chief Master, the situation in Sword Pavilion is still unclear. If that little brat acts rudely later, you must endure and not lower yourself to his level. The Chief Master couldn't help laughing. Why are you so long-winded? This king is not a 3-year-old child, how could he not understand the gravity of the situation? Chen Tianfei smiled awkwardly and said, Chief Master is naturally wise, but I'm afraid that little brat will not know his limits. As they spoke, they turned a corner and arrived at a courtyard where several dozen people were busily working. It was none other than Guo Ziyan and the others. Chen Tianfei didn't know what they were busy with, but from time to time, someone would shout and shout, each of them beaming with joy, as if they had obtained great benefits. Traitor! Chen Tianfei cursed in his heart. He didn't want to pay attention to these people, but after glancing around and seeing the situation in the courtyard, he suddenly froze in place and his face instantly paled. As soon as he stopped, the people behind him also stopped. Following his gaze, they were all stunned on the spot. Everyone's eyes flashed with horror and disbelief. Madame Qin even let out a soft cry and covered her red lips with her hand. Bei Yushan was caught off guard and almost bumped into the Ouyang brothers. Stopping, he scratched his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" No one answered him. Kai Xing and the other masters froze in place as if someone had used a body freezing technique on them, a chill running down their spines. Bei Yushan poked his head out and exclaimed in the next instant, "Good heavens, where did all these space rings come from?" The courtyard was filled with space rings, one after another. It was impossible to count them all, but at a glance, there were at least 40,000 to 50,000 space rings. The shout alarmed Guo Ziyan and the others who were busy with their work. Looking up, they saw several of the Scarlet Star's masters. Even the Great Master, who had always been elusive, was here. Thinking about it, they understood what was going on. Although they weren't Kai Xing's disciples now and didn't need to pay attention to them, Chen Tianfei and the others had accumulated a great deal of prestige for a long time. Seeing these masters arrive at this moment, they were at a loss. Guo Ziyan was the first to come back to his senses. He said in a deep voice, "Don't just stand there, continue to work. Sir gave this matter to us because he trusts us. Don't even think about keeping it for yourself. If I find out, don't blame me for not taking our brotherhood into consideration." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison before quickly lowering their heads and continuing to work. The Great Master slowly turned his head and gestured to Chen Tianfei with a dignified expression. Chen Tianfei understood and moved his meatball-like body through the sea of space rings, arriving beside Guo Ziyan and cupping his fists with a smile. "Great Commander Guo." Guo Ziyan didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Tianfei and the others. After all, they relied on Kai Xing to make a living, but now that the other party had arrived in front of him, it would be rude to ignore him, so he quickly returned the greeting. "Master Chen, is there something you need?" "If you want to see my master, master should be in the guest hall." Chen Tianfei smiled and said, "I'll go later, I just wanted to ask where these space rings came from." Guo Ziyan said, "Master brought them back from Sword Pavilion." Sword Pavilion. The corners of Chen Tianfei's mouth twitched as he gulped silently. Although he didn't want to believe it, He had no choice but to. When he saw these space rings before, he had already made some guesses, and Guoxian's words had undoubtedly confirmed his thoughts. Only the space rings of a single star city could contain tens of thousands of them. If one were to collect the space rings of the cultivator in Kaixing Star City, they would likely have about the same number. These were actually space rings from Sword Pavilion. One space ring represented one life, so tens of thousands of space rings represented tens of thousands of lives. That little brat had gone to slaughter Sword Pavilion's entire star city. Chen Tianfei didn't know how he walked back until the first master shouted. Only then did he regain his senses. Looking at the chief master in a daze, Chen Tianfei's mouth squirmed as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. This time, he was truly frightened. Just because of his grievances with Sword Pavilion, this brat had gone alone and not only returned unscathed, but he had also slaughtered an entire star city. What kind of cruel means, what kind of ruthless temperament was this? How could such a person be provoked? Kaixing had likely kicked an iron plate this time. If he wasn't careful, what happened to Sword Pavilion would become Kaixing's tomorrow. If this brat could slaughter one star city, he wouldn't mind slaughtering a second one. Chen Tianfei even had the urge to turn around and run as far away from this place as possible. However, the chief master had already taken the lead, so he could only grit his teeth and follow. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a disaster, and if it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Chapter 4052. Chen Tianfei and the others stepped into the guest hall under the lead of the Great Master, and when they looked up, they saw Yang Kai sitting high above with Yuehe standing quietly behind him. Everyone walked over, still as imposing as ever, with no intention of getting up to greet him. No one dared to say anything, as Chen Tianfei and the others were still shocked by the tens of thousands of space rings. Kaixing Jiao Baichuan greets Sir Yang. The Great Master cupped his fists, and although his expression was neither servile nor overbearing, no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone behind him also hurriedly saluted. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the Great Master Kaixing did not look very old, looking like a middle-aged man with a golden crown and a python robe. This was the first time he had met the Great Master. He had heard from Chen Tianfei before that the Great Master was in seclusion all year round and seemed to be trying to break through to the 6th stage of splitting the heavens, but Yang Kai did not know if he had succeeded. However, judging from his aura, Yang Kai should still be far away. Every breakthrough in the splitting heaven realm was extremely difficult. Not only did it require a long time and a huge amount of resources, but it also required one's own comprehension. If one had resources but did not have enough comprehension, they would not be able to advance. Yang Kai was sizing him up, and Jiao Baichuan was also sizing up Yang Kai. He had observed this young man from afar, and when he first saw him, he felt that this boy was nothing to worry about. He was only relying on his powerful accumulation in the Emperor realm to act arrogantly and presumptuously in the special environment of the great cosmological realm. This kind of person was like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump around for long. Once he left the great cosmological realm, he would reveal his true colors, and at that time, any splitting heaven realm master would be able to deal with him. The second time they met was a few days ago, when he single-handedly broke through Sword Pavilion's sword array outside Star City, comprehended the divine technique of the Golden Crow casting sun, obtained the origin magnet divine gourd, and defeated Lei Guang's entire army. At that time, he felt that he had underestimated this person. If this person had the chance to grow up, he would definitely be a formidable character, a giant of the 3000 world. Seeing him again today, the feeling was different. Although he did not have the imposing aura of that day, just sitting there quietly gave him, a 5th stage splitting heaven realm master, a sense of oppression. In this large hall, he was the Nether King who controlled life and death. Everyone's lives were in his hands. A few days ago, my subordinates were insensible and had a little disagreement with Mr. Yang. This Zhao has come today to apologize. I hope that Mr. Yang will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. My Crimson Star, 37. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted Jiao Baichuan. What? Jiao Baichuan frowned. He didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. In the future, all of Crimson Star's earnings, including the heaven-opening pills sold in the star market and the various resources harvested from the great cosmological realm, I will take 70% and Crimson Star will take 30%. Yang Kai looked at Zhao Baichuan indifferently. Only then did Zhao Baichuan understand what Yang Kai meant by 3-7. This was robbery. He could not help but rage in his heart, and his complexion turned ugly. Back then, the three major forces coexisted in Star City. Although the Sword Pavilion was the strongest, it was only a tripartite balance of power. The Sword Pavilion had never made such a rude request. How dare a brat do this? Just as the anger in his heart surged, he heard Yang Kai say lightly, "If Chief cannot agree to this request, then there is no need to discuss anything." The anger in Zhao Baichuan's heart suddenly subsided as he knew that if he did not agree to this request, it was unknown whether he and the others would be able to leave this place alive. Only now did Yang Kai understand why Yang Kai did not intend to settle accounts with them after returning. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled. Strength is king, the strong are respected. Mr. Yang's request is very fair. 37 it is. In the future, 70% of Crimson Star's earnings will be shared with Mr. Yang. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately agreed, a look of satisfaction on his face. It was as if he had just taken advantage of a great bargain rather than being robbed. Behind him, Chen Tianfei and the others all looked at the chief in surprise. In their impression, the chief had never been so agreeable, but now that they were under someone else's roof, how could they not bow their heads? Especially after seeing the tens of thousands of space rings in the courtyard, if Crimson Star did not want to repeat the mistakes of Sword Pavilion, they could only compromise. Humiliation. Everyone was filled with grief and indignation, but there was nothing they could do. Zhao Baichuan cupped his fists and said, "I, Crimson Star, can agree to Mr. Yang's request, but I would also like to ask Mr. Yang to agree to this Zhao's request." Yang Kai looked at him with interest and gestured for him to continue. Zhao Baichuan continued, "I would also like to ask Mr. Yang to accept my Crimson Star's offer and serve as a foreign elder. Of course, this is just a title. Whatever Mr. Yang says or does, my Crimson Star will not interfere. On the contrary, if Mr. Yang has any requests, my Crimson Star will not stand idly by." Yang Kai showed a smile as he secretly praised Yang Kai in his heart. This guy was really a character, able to adapt to circumstances. Even in such an adverse situation, he was still able to find a beneficial opportunity. This kind of courage and vision was not something that just anyone could possess. The reason this guy could sit firmly in the position of Crimson Star's great master was definitely not just because of his own strength. "All right." Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhao Baichuan laughed. "A gentleman's word is as good as a whip, then it's a deal." "It's a deal," Yang Kai nodded. Mr. Yang is really a straightforward person. This Zhao can't wait to drink and chat with Mr. Yang, but Mr. Yang must be tired after such a long journey. "This Zhao will take his leave first and will visit again another day," Zhao Baichuan said sincerely, as if he had treated Yang Kai as a confidant and regretted not having met him earlier. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "Yu He, see the guests out. Several great masters, please." Yu He smiled and gestured. After seeing off Crimson Star's group, Yu He walked back and looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why he had agreed to such a request. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly and said after a while, "Regarding the 70% of Crimson Star's profits, please help me and keep an eye on them." "Okay," Yu He responded obediently. Although his harvest in the Yuan-Ci Mountains was huge, and he had obtained countless space rings from the battle with Thunder Lightsword Pavilion this time, which was a huge fortune for anyone. It was definitely enough for Yang Kai to use for his own cultivation for a long time, but he did not forget that he was not alone. In the star boundary, there were still countless people waiting for him. When those people arrived outside the universe, their demand for materials would be endless. Now that he had such a good opportunity, naturally the more he accumulated, the better. The great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove. Once he left this place, there would be no such opportunity. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have left Crimson Star alive? He would have flattened him when he returned. With Crimson Star helping him collect materials, Yang Kai could sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor, so why not? What do you want to ask? Yang Kai pondered for a while before suddenly looking up at Yu He. This woman kept staring at him without blinking. It was obvious that she was confused. Honored elder, why did you agree to Zhao Baichuan's request? Yu He was puzzled. Do you think I shouldn't have agreed? I just don't know what you're thinking. Naturally, I have my reasons. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly. If I'm not mistaken, Crimson Star will definitely spread the news. In this way, Crimson Star will be able to expand quickly, and the materials collected will naturally be more. It won't be bad for me. Just for this reason? Yu He looked at him in surprise. It was the first time she found that this guy was so greedy. Cultivation materials were enough, so what was the point of having so many? There's one more thing. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Sword Pavilion was flattened by the beast tide, and there are traces of divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. Who knows if this place will be visited by divine spirits next time? If the strength here is strong enough, it may not be impossible to fight against the divine spirits. The great cosmological realm suppresses the power of splitting the heavens, so the divine spirits won't be able to exert too much strength here. Yu He suddenly understood, so you're willing to let Crimson Star borrow your prestige. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I don't know when this great cosmological realm will close, so I have to be prepared. Saying so, he suddenly thought of someone. Where did Shuzhen go? The little fatty had disappeared after giving him the origin magnetic divine gourd that day, and Yang Kai did not sense his aura after returning this time. Yu He shook her head. Disciples of Heavenly Grotto Heaven come and go like ghosts. Who knows where he went, but I guess he just obtained a new 6th grade origin magnetic divine stone, so he should be looking for a place to condense the power of the metal element. What a pity. Yang Kai sighed leisurely. At that time, he did not know that the situation in the great cosmological realm was so strange. If he had known earlier, he would have left a way to contact Xu Zhen. That guy was a talent in artifact forging and seemed to have a deep understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. If he could help set up a spirit array in this star market, their safety would be increased. But he left without saying goodbye, so it would be difficult to find him now. While the two were talking, Chen Yu rushed in. Master, someone else wants to see you. Who is it? Yang Kai frowned, but at the same time, he was very curious. With his fierce reputation, Kai Xing and the other masters were forced to come and apologize, so who else dared to come to him? It's that young Master Yin from Qingming Blessed Land, Chen Yu replied in a low voice. What is he doing here? Yang Kai frowned and swept out with his divine sense, immediately noticing that there were a few people standing outside the door. Who else could it be but that guy from Qingming Blessed Land? Yang Kai did not have a good impression of this person. When he returned from the Origin Magnetic Mountain, this person had shamelessly asked Yang Kai to submit to him. Yang Kai was in seclusion at that time, and although he heard the commotion, he was too lazy to pay attention. Later, when the battle outside the star market was about to begin, this person wanted to take advantage of the situation and threaten Yang Kai, saying that as long as Yang Kai submitted, he would protect him, but Yang Kai ignored him. Who would have thought that this person would be like dog skin paste, never ending? At this moment, the young man named Yin outside the door said arrogantly, "This young master surnamed Yang is also a talent." This young master only wanted to accept him as a servant, but now it seems that he can be a house guard. When you see him later, be a little more polite. This guy doesn't seem to have a good temper, so don't provoke him and kill you. This young master will not save you. Yes, we will follow young master's orders. The two lower heaven splitters next to him respectfully responded. Chapter 4053. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. He didn't know where this guy's sense of superiority came from, but he actually wanted him to be his general. They were both disciples of the Blessed Enclave, but compared to Xu Zhen, it was like comparing heaven and earth. No need to pay attention to him. Yang Kai waved his hand, and Chen Yu respectfully withdrew. The news that Yang Kai had become Kai Xing's foreign elder quickly spread, surprising many people. They thought that this killing star would return and fight with Kai Xing, But who would have thought that it would end up like this? What kind of price did Kai Shing pay? Not only did they appease young Kai's anger, but they also borrowed his influence. News spread that Kai Shing's first master, Zhao Baichuan, had personally led several masters to visit young Kai and had a long talk with him before he agreed to become Kai Shing's foreign elder. After the crisis was resolved, Kai Shing's disciples rejoiced. Before this, they had been on tenterhooks. If young Kai really wanted to attack Kai Shing, they would definitely be in trouble. Now that young Kai had become their foreign elder, not only did they not have to fight, but they also had his protection. With this killing star here, who would dare to make trouble? Those who dared to come. The fate of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect was a good example. A few days later, another earth-shattering piece of news spread like wildfire in the Star City. Sword Pavilion Star Market was in ruins, with traces of a great battle left behind. No one was alive in the Star Market. The day the news spread, the whole city was shocked by Yang Kai's cruel methods. They didn't know what had happened to Sword Pavilion Star Market, but when they saw the result, they all thought that it was Yang Kai's doing. Kai Shing even publicized this matter and crazily promoted it. For a time, Yang Kai's fierce name spread widely, and several cultivator strongholds within a radius of more than 100,000 li had heard of it. It was rumored that this Yang Kai had 3 heads and 6 arms, a height of 8 feet and 8 inches, a fierce face, and a cruel temperament. He would kill to vent his anger. Even so, Red Star City did not become deserted. Instead, it became more and more lively. Every day, many cultivator came to join Red Star. In the great cosmological realm, having a powerful backer and a stable stronghold would greatly increase one's safety. Almost every cultivator had witnessed the terror of the beast tide. Many cultivator strongholds had been destroyed by the ferocious beasts that covered the mountains and plains. Now that the Sword Pavilion had been destroyed, the Crimson Star had become the largest force, so it was natural that people would flock to it. There were even some small strongholds that had teams of hundreds of people swarming over. In the Star Market, the situation of overcrowding was once again restored. In just a dozen days, more than 100,000 people had gathered here, and the number of people in Crimson Star had more than doubled. This was the result of the strict control and selection of the masters. Otherwise, who knew how many more people they could have accepted? With more people, the Star Market also had to expand. The entire Star Market was bustling with activity. New buildings were erected one after another, and the edge of the Star Market gradually expanded outwards. Compared to the beginning, the area had increased by half, and it was still expanding. With more people, transactions naturally became more frequent, and Crimson Star's income also rose. Now, it was even more difficult to rent a shop in a good location in the Star Market. The Great Master was in retreat again, so Chen Tianfei, who was in charge of the operation of Crimson Star, was grinning from ear to ear every day. After a while, in Yang Kai's mansion, Yang Kai sat on a chair and checked the materials in the small sealed world with his divine sense. After more than 10 days of busy work, the things in tens of thousands of space rings had been sorted out by Guozian and the others. Without mentioning anything else, just the heaven-opening pills they had collected numbered in the hundreds of millions. After all, these were the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if each person only had 1,000 pills, that was still tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. Most of the people in the Emperor realm were not very rich, but this could not be helped. With low strength, there were very few opportunities to obtain good things. On top of that, they still had to buy some cultivation materials, so naturally they could not save many heaven-opening pills. Those who were rich were the low-rank and mid-rank heaven-opening pills. The low-rank heaven-opening pills were better off, with 1 or 2 million in storage, but the mid-rank heaven-opening pills were incredible, with almost all of them having tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. However, compared to the net worth of the Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, these hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills were like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. That guy had more than 1 billion heaven-opening pills. What a terrifying number. Thinking about how young Kai owed the lady boss 10 million heaven-opening pills before, he had to run around tirelessly. Now, 10 million heaven-opening pills was just a drop in the bucket for him. Young Kai didn't think it was too much. 1 billion heaven-opening pills sounded like a lot, but once the people of the star boundary came to the 3,000 realms, he didn't know if it would be enough. Apart from the heaven-opening pills, the rest were naturally all kinds of pills, secret techniques, secret treasures, cultivation methods, and secret manuals. These weren't of much use. Not to mention the time spent on cultivating them, their power might not necessarily be comparable to Yang Kai's own divine technique. The key was the cultivation materials. From the 1st grade to the 6th grade, yin, yang, and 5 elements, everything was available. It was impossible to calculate the materials below the 3rd grade, and the 4th grade and 5th grade were much rarer. As for the 6th grade, Guoziyan and the others only found 3, which were found in Zhongfan's space ring. They were probably harvested in the great cosmological realm. This was completely the wealth of the dead, effortlessly obtained. The sound of orderly footsteps came from outside the door. With Guoziyan leading the way, a group of people walked in. Master. Guoziyan stood still and cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the group of people below, and he said, I called you here today to fulfill my promise. Those who have not condensed a Dao seal, step forward. Everyone didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, but after hearing him, they still obeyed. Shua shua shua, a dozen people stepped forward. These people had cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm, but had not condensed a Dao seal, just like Luo Hei back then. Yang Kai glanced at them and nodded slightly. Those who have condensed a Dao seal and have not cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements, step forward. Another dozen or so people stood out. You have all cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements. Yang Kai looked at the remaining people. These people, except for Guoziyan who was in the heaven-opening realm, were all from the Emperor realm. Excluding those who had not condensed a Dao seal and those who had not cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements, the rest were naturally already cultivating. Yes, the remaining people answered in unison. How many powers have you all cultivated? Tell me one by one. Yang Kai looked at them with interest. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Guoziyan couldn't help but shout, the master is asking, just answer. Scabby head, you speak. A short man with a face like a deer's and eyes like a mouse's and a head full of scabs smiled embarrassedly and cupped his fists. Replying to the master, this lowly one is untalented and has only condensed the power of the water element, a mere 2nd grade. What about you? Yang Kai turned to look at the next person. That person said, I have condensed earth, metal, and water. One of them is at the 3rd grade, and the other 2 are at the 2nd grade. This time, there was no need for Yang Kai to urge them any further. The dozen people reported one by one. Few, like the scabby head, had only condensed 1 power, while many were already half a step away from breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. They only needed 1 last power to break through, but their ranks were not high. They were all at the 2nd or 3rd grade, and there was no one at the 4th grade. It was not their fault that their ambitions were not high. They lived at the bottom, and it was already good enough that they could break through to the heaven-opening realm. How could they be qualified to be picky? For example, Meng Hong, the chief disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, had only condensed the 3rd grade at that time. After listening, Yang Kai said, since you have already condensed your powers, your foundation has been formed. Unless you find Tai divine pure water or other heavenly treasures to cleanse your seals and rebuild your foundation, your future achievements will be limited. The dozen people below obviously knew their situation, and when they heard this, they all smiled embarrassedly. However, Yang Kai changed the topic. Although your foundation has been formed, you can still get stronger power on this foundation. I think you all know that there may be a big gap in strength between those at the 3rd grade and those at the heaven-opening realm. Guoziyan said thoughtfully, Master, are you referring to the ranks of the yin-yang and 5 elements powers at the time of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai nodded and said, that's right. Both of you have the foundation of the 3rd grade. If one of you has the strength of the 3rd grade while the other has several strengths of the 4th grade or higher, then the strength you can display will naturally be stronger than the former. So, you don't need to feel sorry for yourselves. You chose your own path, and you can't turn back. You can go further on this path. Young Kai stood up. That day on the Origin Magnet Mountain, this king said that if you have any requests in the future, this king will not be stingy. Whether it's the 5th or 6th grade, as long as you have the ability to refine it, you can come to me for it. Now, it's time to fulfill this promise. Looking at the dozen people, Young Kai said, "What kind of power do you want? Tell me yourselves." Hearing this, the dozen people immediately became excited. Although Young Kai had indeed said this at the time, no one thought he would really do it. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to mention it today, which was enough to show his sincerity. "Master, are you serious?" The scabby-headed man was pleasantly surprised. "You'll give me the 6th grade even if I want it?" Guozian kicked him and scolded, "You want to refine the 6th grade with just your strength? You should consider your own ability first, stinking brat. Don't talk nonsense here." The scabby-headed man was kicked to the ground, but he didn't care at all. He patted his butt and stood up. "Master said it himself, not me." Young Kai chuckled. "If you want the 6th grade, I'll give you the 6th grade, but the premise is that you have the ability to refine it. Otherwise, giving it to you will only harm your life. If one's aptitude was insufficient, forcefully condensing a high-grade power would only cause the Dao seal to be unable to withstand it. At that time, the Dao seal would be damaged at best, and the worst would be death." The scabby-headed man laughed mischievously. "I don't want the 6th grade. This one's aptitude is dull, so how can I refine the 6th grade? I only want the 4th, the 3rd grade." Seeing Guozian glaring at him, he hurriedly changed his words. Young Kai casually tossed out an item. "Looking at your aptitude, although it's not too outstanding, it's not very dull either. The 4th grade should be your limit. Take this 4th grade wood marrow. You've just refined the water element, so the wood element is next. When you refine the wood element, come to this king for the fire element." Chapter 4054. The scabby head caught it and upon closer inspection found that it really was a piece of 4th grade wood marrow. It should be the core of a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, causing him to be overjoyed for a moment. "Many thanks, Master, for this gift. This little one will definitely follow Master's lead in the future and will not hesitate to sacrifice his life for Master." They had been sorting through the tens of thousands of space rings before and had passed through countless good things, but none of those things had been theirs after all. However, this 4th grade wood marrow in front of them was actually theirs, so it was a completely different feeling. Seeing this, the rest of the people present also held their breaths. When had they, the lowest level personnel, ever seen such a generous boss? In the past, when they were working hard in Crimson Star, although there were times when rewards were given based on merit, who knew how many times they had to lick the blade to save up enough materials? Otherwise, they wouldn't have struggled so bitterly to this day, not being able to open the heavens. But today, Young Kai had casually bestowed upon them a piece of 4th grade wood marrow and even stated that if the scabby head ever needed fire attribute materials in the future, he could ask for them. In other words, as long as the scabby head didn't die, he didn't need to worry about cultivation materials at all. Once the yin and yang 5 elements in his Dao seal was complete, he would break through to splitting the heavens. As for whether he could succeed at that time, that would depend on his own comprehension and fortune. Since the scabby head was like this, they naturally wouldn't be treated differently. Although everyone knew that Kai Yang's harvest this time was huge, and that a piece of 4th grade wood marrow might not be much to him. At most, it was just a small amount of oil and water, but it was still enough to motivate everyone. The master they followed this time seemed to be a little different from the one they had met before. After the scabby head, another young man stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Master, I want to ask for a piece of 4th grade metal essence." "Good." Young Kai nodded and casually tossed a 4th grade divine essence magnet stone towards the young man. "Refine it well, maybe you can comprehend the divine essence magnet light from it. The power of that divine essence magnet light is extraordinary. If you can comprehend it, it will be of great benefit to you." That person expressed his gratitude excitedly. He had also witnessed the might of the divine metamagnet ray. It had swept through 2,000 to 3,000 Thunder Light Sect members, completely wiping them out. If he could really comprehend the divine metamagnet ray from this divine metamagnet stone, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Even if he couldn't achieve the same feat as Yang Kai with the divine metamagnet gourd, he would still have a huge advantage in a one-on-one battle. One by one, the cultivator stepped forward and stated their needs. Yang Kai granted every request without hesitation. However, these people's aptitudes were indeed limited. Some of them could only condense third-grade materials at most. None of them even asked for fifth-grade materials. This was also a personal tragedy. With one's aptitude and perception, there were some things that simply couldn't be forced. Soon, these dozen or so people all received their rewards and stood to the side, happily inspecting the treasures in their space rings, secretly making up their minds to refine them properly after they returned, striving to lay the foundation for breaking through to splitting the heavens before the great cosmological realm closed. Once the great cosmological realm closed, they would immediately break through to splitting the heavens. At that time, they would be able to soar 90,000 kilometers into the sky and soar through the clouds. Yang Kai then turned to look at another group of people. These people had just condensed their Tao seals and hadn't had the time or resources to cultivate the yin-yang 5 elements force. Compared to Scabby Head and the others who already had a solid foundation, their situation was undoubtedly better. Even though they had already condensed Tao seals, they didn't cultivate any kind of energy that could split open the heavens, so they could calmly choose the materials that were most suitable for them and raise their future accomplishments to the greatest extent. With the experience of the previous group of people, they naturally knew what kind of requests they should make at this moment. Yang Kai wasn't stingy and shared his own cultivation experience. It's best for you to start cultivating with the wood element. The wood element is mainly used for healing and recovery, and compared to the other yin-yang 5 elements force, it's also the most gentle and least dangerous to refine. What's more, after refining it, it's also very practical. If you're injured, the wood element force can even accelerate your recovery. When he first condensed the yin-yang 5 elements force, he didn't know any of this. He simply refined the immortal tree and incorporated it into his body, allowing him to walk the most stable path of cultivation by chance. At that time, he didn't even understand the mysteries of the splitting the heavens boundary. Now that he was giving them pointers, these people naturally followed his instructions. One by one, they stated their requests. Just like the first group, they were all 3rd or 4th grade cultivators. When it was the last person's turn, he cupped his fists and said, "Master, this lowly one wishes to ask for a 5th grade wood element force." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he raised his eyes. 5th grade? Everyone else also looked at him in amazement. After all, this was the first person to ask Yang Kai for a 5th grade wood element force. Yes. The man nodded. Yang Kai carefully examined this person and found that he wasn't young, around 40 years old. He was very sturdy and had a steady aura. Although he was just standing there, he exuded a heroic aura. Guozian's expression changed slightly, but just as he was about to speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him, turning to the man and asking, "What is your name?" The man cupped his fists and said, "This lowly one is called Lang Qingshan." After a pause, he continued, "This lowly one is confident that he can refine a 5th grade wood element force. I ask for Master's permission." Good, good, good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Not only was he not angry, but he was also quite happy. Using his divine sense to search his space ring for a while, he took out a blood coral-like object about a meter tall. I don't know what this thing is, but although it is of the wood element, it has a bloody aura. If you can refine it, you should be able to comprehend something useful from it. Take it. He had quite a number of 5th grade wood element force materials in his space ring, but after comparing them, this one should be of the highest quality. Even 5th grade wood element materials would have some differences. Lang Qingshan's eyes also lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master." He happily put the blood coral-like object into his space ring and retreated to the side. The group looked at him enviously. Previously, when Yang Kai said that he would give 5th grade wood element force materials to 5th grade wood element force materials to 6th grade wood element force materials to 5th grade wood element force materials to 6th grade wood element force materials, it was not that they doubted Yang Kai's words, but that they weren't qualified even if they wanted to. Lang Qingyun had set a precedent, and looking at Yang Kai's expression, he was actually very happy. Obviously, he didn't treat them as outsiders and wanted to nurture them as his own team. He secretly resented his own lack of aptitude. Otherwise, in the great cosmological realm, with Yang Kai as his backer, how difficult would it be for him to reach the 5th grade or 6th grade wood element force materials to open the heavens? The two groups of people each received their own rewards, and the remaining group of heaven-opening realm cultivators who hadn't even condensed a Dao seal looked on enviously. They didn't even have a Dao seal, so they naturally weren't qualified to ask for any materials, and they didn't know what Yang Kai would reward them this time. Just as they were thinking about this, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at them. As for you guys, you are the most malleable. Since you haven't condensed a Dao seal yet, don't be in a hurry to do so. Take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen your foundation and develop your potential to the limit, Guoziyan. This humble one is here. Guoziyan shouted in a deep voice. Take these people away and train them carefully. I want their Dao seals to be able to withstand the impact of a 4th grade wood element force when they condense a Dao seal. Just ask Yuehe for any cultivation materials. If you can't do it, you'll be the one to answer. Guoziyan was startled and turned his head to look at the dozen or so crooked people, his face darkening. It was undeniable that some of these people had decent aptitude, while others had mediocre aptitude. If they continued to cultivate step by step, reaching the 3rd grade wood element force would be the limit. Yang Kai actually wanted their Dao seals to be able to withstand the 4th grade wood element force at least. In other words, once they succeeded, these dozen or so people would be 4th grade wood element force experts in the future, or even higher. What was his master trying to do? A shocking thought flashed through Guoziyan's mind. He didn't dare to think too deeply about it, but he still clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. Master, don't worry. If anyone can't meet the requirements, this humble one will take their dog life first. I won't lose face for the master. This time, it was the dozen or so people's faces that darkened. They all knew that Commander Guo had a straightforward personality and didn't smile. When he said he would take their dog lives, he wasn't joking. If they didn't meet the requirements, they might really be killed. For a moment, their legs trembled and their mouths felt bitter. All right, you can all leave. Commander Guo, stay. Yang Kai waved his hand. Everyone respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai sat in his chair and looked at Guoziyan with some worry, saying, Great Commander, you're already at the 2nd stage, so you can't go back and recultivate. What reward do you want? I don't know what to give you. Guoziyan smiled. Master is too serious. Serving the master is part of this humble one's duty. How could I dare ask for any reward? Yang Kai sneered, I've made a fortune this time, I've made a fortune. You took people to check the space rings, so you should also know this. Now that I've made a fortune, I naturally can't leave you behind. Everyone else has gained something, and you contributed the most, so you can't just take nothing. Guoziyan said, Master, this humble one really. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Think about it carefully, there is always something you want. How about I give you 10 million heaven-opening pills? You can take them back and cultivate well. One day, you'll be able to break through to the 4th grade heaven-opening realm. Guoziyan was taken aback. This master was really honest, giving 10 million heaven-opening pills just like that. Guoziyan had served as commander of Kai Xing for so many years, but never mind 10 million heaven-opening pills, he didn't even have a million. He could feel Yang Kai's sincerity towards him all the more. After pondering for a moment, Guoziyan smiled awkwardly, scratched his cheek, and said, Master, this humble one has a daughter. Yang Kai decisively said, This king already has several wives and concubines. Before I left, I was told not to fool around outside. Guoziyan's face twitched. Master, this is a misunderstanding. This humble one's daughter has now cultivated to the Emperor realm. Once this humble one leaves the Great Void realm, she will likely begin to condense the yin and yang 5 elements and attempt to break through to heaven opening. This humble one wants to ask for some things for her. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Oh? How is your daughter's aptitude? Guoziyan's face glowed, Her aptitude is definitely better than this old man's. She has hopes of breaking through to mid-rank heaven-opening realm. That's good, Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? Bring her here for me to see. If her aptitude is really good, I'll give you a 6th grade material. Chapter 40-55. Guozian smiled. She is not in Star City. Master, you also know what the situation in Star City is like. Every day, there are flashes of light and swords, and endless battles. This lowly one also licks the blood off his blade, so this lowly one may have implicated her one day. Her mother died young, so this lowly one has already sent her to a place to cultivate. Yang Kai nodded. This could be considered a narrow escape. If he had really stayed with Guozian in Star City, he would have likely been swept into the great cosmological realm. If that had happened, it was hard to say whether he would have died or not. When we leave the great cosmological realm in the future, bring her here. I will give her whatever she needs. Guozian excitedly said, this lowly one thanks master. Take these heaven-opening pills too. You will need them for your cultivation. Yang Kai threw out a space ring. Guozian caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, and exclaimed, Master, this is too much. There were at least 10 million heaven-opening pills piled up like a small mountain inside. Just take them. If you can't use them, just give them to your subordinates. Yang Kai got up and walked towards the inner room. I will be in retreat for a while. If you need to find Yuehe, she will naturally inform me. Looking at Yang Kai's departing figure, Guozian shed tears of gratitude and couldn't help feeling like he was willing to die for his friend. Cupping his fists, he quickly said, this lowly one understands. When Yang Kai returned to his room, his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already deep in the mountains. Over the past 10 days, while Guozian and the others were checking the space rings, Yang Kai had not been idle. Everyone thought he was in his mansion, but in fact, he had already run out. Since he knew that the great cosmological realm was not as simple as he thought, and that even divine spirits could be found, Yang Kai naturally had some plans. Over the past 10 days, he had run to several places and left several escape routes, just in case something happened one day so that he could retreat calmly. He had left the space spirit bead in the most secluded places. As long as he wasn't locked down, no one would be able to restrict his movements. The place they were at now was Crouching Dragon Mountain, the place where Yang Kai had obtained the Earth Dragon Ball. Back then, there was a scarlet flood dragon coiled around this place. Its ferocious aura permeated the air, and no strange beasts dared to approach. After the scarlet flood dragon was taken away by Yang Kai, this place became barren. Yang Kai didn't come here to look for some kind of precious treasure. Instead, it was for the sake of cultivation. During the battle with Mantis Head that day, his opponent's exquisite saber skills had shocked Yang Kai greatly and allowed him to see his own shortcomings. The Black Dragon Spear was a heaven-shaking artifact in his hands, and he really couldn't exert much of its power. What he relied on was the sharpness of the Black Dragon Spear and his own power. He didn't have much attainments in the Tao of the Spear. Last time, he had used a trick to kill Mantis Head by luck. If Mantis Head had been on guard against him, Yang Kai might not have been able to succeed. Although it was urgent to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Without suitable materials, Yang Kai was not willing to easily condense power, lest he regret it for the rest of his life. Now that he had a great helper like Kai Xing, Yang Kai believed that if materials above the 7th grade appeared in the great cosmological realm, he would definitely know about it, so there was no need for him to personally search for anything. While waiting, Yang Kai could naturally do other things. What Guozian and the others found in the tens of thousands of space rings was not only a huge amount of wealth, but also many secret techniques and secret manuals, many of which were related to the Tao of the Spear. Yang Kai sorted them out and prepared to study them carefully and systematically cultivate them. The Black Dragon Spear was his greatest reliance now. If he wanted to fully display the power of the Black Dragon Spear in the future, these cultivation methods were essential. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to cultivate his spear skills. Instead, he stood on top of a mountain, closed his eyes, and carefully comprehended the Tao seal. A faint scorching heat spread out from Yang Kai's body, distorting the air around him and causing the space around him to fluctuate. Golden crow casting sun. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a great sun suddenly floated behind him. The sun was as scorching as fire, as if there really was a round sun hanging in the sky, and within that round sun, there were three-legged golden crows flying around playfully. Powerful power poured out from his body continuously. When this divine technique aspect was revealed, Yang Kai felt as if he had been reborn, and there was an indescribable wonder. Now, he also knew that this was a divine ability Dharma idol. It was Yu He who took the time to tell him. Yang Kai could still remember the complicated expression on Yu He's face when she told him this. Only those with strength of the 7th level and above could condense the divine technique aspect. Throughout history, those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect at the level of the Emperor realm and possess the divine technique aspect were all top-notch geniuses. These people were all the overlords of the blessed and heavenly enclaves today, dominating their own territories. Yang Kai did not know how he could do this. Previously, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he wanted to use the life and death battle to stimulate his potential, the result was beyond his expectations. At that time, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and the golden crow primordial fire in his Tao seal boiled, making him feel as if he saw the scene of the golden crow casting the great sun unknowingly. He activated the divine technique aspect. It was natural, and there was not the slightest bit of obscurity. Yu He said that once the divine technique aspect was activated, anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that Yang Kai had condensed the 7th level golden crow primordial fire. This was something that could not be hidden at all. Yang Kai did not want to hide anything. If he was exposed, then so be it. In any case, in the great cosmological realm, no one could do anything to him. When he left the great cosmological realm, who knew if he would advance to split the heavens? At that time, in this vast world, who would he have to fear? Silently feeling the power of the divine technique aspect, Yang Kai's momentum rose steadily. He felt that his current strength was bursting. Even if there was a 1st or 2nd level split the heavens in front of him, he could still blow them up. Someone at the lower level split the heavens could not kill him in a one-on-one battle. However, the consumption was really astonishing. As soon as the golden crow casting the sun aspect appeared, Yang Kai felt the power in his body flowing away rapidly, like a flood that had opened the floodgates. At this speed, he was afraid that in less than half an hour, the aspect would not be able to be maintained. During the battle with the sword pavilion that day, even if the aspect had not been dispersed, Yang Kai would have had to disperse himself. It seemed that this thing could only be used as a trump card. Once it was used, he had to kill the enemy in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would suffer a calamity. Letting out a light breath, Yang Kai withdrew the aspect, and the constantly flowing power finally stopped. With a thought, dragon shields hovered around him. Each of these dragon shields was a giant dragon connected head to tail, spiraling endlessly, forming the shape of a shield. They were densely covered in dragon scales, and their claws and fangs were clearly visible. At a glance, one could tell that they were incomparably sturdy. This was just the divine technique, not the aspect. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had comprehended the divine technique from the dragon pearl, so he suddenly had the idea to comprehend the power of wood and fire. He wanted to see if he could comprehend something from the power of wood and fire. In the end, he really did it. The dragon shield secret technique was the divine technique of the giant dragon when it was alive, and it was preserved in the dragon pearl. Yang Kai had the origin of the dragon race and the bloodline of the dragon race, so he could easily comprehend it. If it had been someone else, they would not have been so lucky. However, this dragon shield was the secret technique of the giant dragon when it was alive. Now that Yang Kai was activating it, strictly speaking, it was because he had comprehended it and used it himself. The golden crow true fire allowed him to comprehend the divine technique, golden crow casting sun, but what about the earthen dragon pearl? What about the immortal tree? Would he be able to comprehend something else from it? Yang Kai's heart was restless, and he could not wait to immerse his mind into the Tao seal. However, he finally suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Being able to comprehend the golden crow casting sun was a stroke of luck and opportunity. If he continued, he might not have such good luck. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in his heart, Yang Kai turned his head to look around and began busying himself. An hour later, a simple wooden house sat on top of the mountain. This wooden house was not so much a wooden house as a small pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides and only the top floor was sheltered. Yang Kai took out a cushion from his space ring, sat down cross-legged, and took out a large pile of jade slips, placing them in front of him. There were at least 1,000 of these jade slips, all of which were related to spear techniques and spear Dao. Since he wanted to systematically cultivate his spear techniques, a lot of reading was naturally necessary. Some of the information in these jade slips may be worthless, but as long as he could get rid of the impurities and keep the essences, Yang Kai believed that he would be able to gain something. Casually picking up a jade slip, Yang Kai began examining it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and began silently deducing in his heart. Recorded in this jade slip was a secret technique that could kill 10 people with one spear. It required an extremely strong burst of power. Each spear strike was faster than the last, and after 10 spears, the power would multiply. Yang Kai did not know which unlucky bastard this jade slip belonged to, but in Yang Kai's opinion, this 10-spear kill was a bit flashy. In a life-or-death battle, who would gather enough strength to fire 10 spears in a row? Once the combo was broken, this spear technique would become useless. After a while, Yang Kai threw the jade slip aside and picked up another one to examine. Days passed, and the sun and moon did not rise or fall in the great cosmological realm. Without knowing the passage of time, the number of jade slips that Yang Kai threw aside gradually increased. He was completely immersed in the mysteries recorded in these jade slips, deducing one secret technique after another in his heart. There were not many powerhouses among these tens of thousands of people, so the secret techniques they possessed would naturally not be of a high grade. However, it was suitable for a novice spear Dao like Yang Kai. If he was given something extremely profound, he might not be able to comprehend it. After all, he had never dabbled in these before. However, on the path of martial Dao, one could master all of them. It could be difficult or simple, and everything depended on one's own perception. A month later, Yang Kai threw down the last jade slip. When he raised his eyes, there was not the slightest exhaustion, but instead, he was in high spirits. Although he was sitting there was a mysterious aura lingering around him, as if he was a long spear. The spear intent had been formed, and Yang Kai had been deducing the things recorded in the thousands of jade slips during this time. Although he had not really made a move, the spear Dao had been branded in his mind. Chapter 4056. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai raised his hand and gripped the air, summoning the black dragon spear. Holding the spear in his hand, his aura suddenly changed and he felt a little different. In the past, when he held the black dragon spear, he only felt like he was holding a powerful killing weapon, but now that he was holding this spear, there was a strange feeling of harmony, as if the black dragon spear was a part of his body. Spear flowers flashed as Yang Kai thrust out his spear. 1 spear 10 kills. Dong, 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 dong. 10 spear flowers bloomed in an instant, one on top of the other, each spear faster than the last, layer upon layer. When the last spear pierced out, its power was indeed several times stronger than the first spear. Although it was his first time cultivating a spear-related secret technique, after a month of studying, in addition to his own solid foundation, it was enough for him to smoothly display this 1 spear 10 kills. The spear did not stop, and he did not stop dancing. Yang Kai's aura changed, and the black dragon spear suddenly shook, as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning that cut through the void. Lightning spear execution. This move required someone who had cultivated a lightning attribute secret technique to be able to display it completely. When cultivated to the peak, when the spear was thrust out, it could summon lightning from the 9 heavens to strike the enemy. Yang Kai had not cultivated anything related to lightning, so this spear could only move, but not the rhythm. This was something that could not be forced. Yang Kai could not cultivate another lightning attribute secret technique just to cultivate this lightning spear execution. He came here mainly to refine his own spear path, so that the black dragon spear could display more power in his hands. The spear turned again, filling the sky with spear images, turning into an iron wall, protecting him. Spear Dragon Wall. Surprisingly, this was a rare defensive spear technique. The spear was the king of weapons, and all spear users pursued the path of strength and fierceness. They strived to kill the enemy with the fastest speed, and basically didn't consider the matter of defense, because once they had such thoughts, they would weaken their momentum, and would be at a disadvantage in the battle. However, this Spear Dragon's Wall was a pretty good defensive technique. Moreover, it had the ability to attack while defending. Yang Kai brandished the Black Dragon Spear and threw out the Heaven and Earth Break. Spear techniques bloomed in Yang Kai's hands, and the secret techniques recorded in the jade slips were displayed by Yang Kai smoothly. In an instant, on the mountaintop, the sound of the air being torn apart and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Yang Kai gradually forgot the passage of time and everything around him. He was completely immersed in this wonderful realm. Yang Kai had obtained over 1,000 jade slips related to spear arts. In other words, over 1,000 spear arts were recorded in those jade slips. After a month of meditation, Yang Kai had memorized these spear arts. Even if it was the first time he used them, they weren't difficult to understand. Basically, he was able to use them completely. As for how powerful they were, it was hard to say. By the time Yang Kai had displayed all of these thousands of spear techniques, 6 days had already passed. Without stopping, Yang Kai once again stabbed out with one spear, starting from the beginning. No one taught him how to cultivate spear arts, so he could only rely on himself. Thus, he would use this stupid method. When the day came when he had a long spear in his hand, his spear arts would naturally flow and he would succeed. Time flew by and another month had passed. After the last stab, Yang Kai withdrew his spear and stood upright. In this 1 month, Yang Kai had displayed the thousands of spear arts at least 5 times. As he continued to display them, he realized that he hadn't comprehended them enough at that time. Although some of these spear arts weren't very high level, there were many places where there were some wonderful ideas that made his eyes light up. Moreover, the more he displayed them, the more he was able to dig out some things from these spear arts. After calming his roiling blood, Yang Kai put away the Black Dragon Spear and tidied his clothes. His figure flashed and he returned to Star City. With the space spirit beads positioning, he could come and go as he pleased. Although Yuehe hadn't contacted him recently, so there shouldn't be anything major happening in Star City, he still had to show his face from time to time. Otherwise, how could he bear to interrupt his cultivation? Coming out from the side room, Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense and found Guozian's location. He transmitted a message and asked Guozian to come and see him. A moment later, in the courtyard pavilion, Yang Kai saw Guozian. After the previous incident, Guozian was obviously more respectful to Yang Kai. Perhaps it was because of his daughter, or perhaps it was because he saw that Yang Kai was a man of his word. After greeting him, Yang Kai asked, "Is there anything going on recently?" Guozian smiled and said, "Thanks to Master's blessings, it's been peaceful recently." After exchanging a few words, Yang Kai also found out about his recent absence. First, the dozens of people under him were basically all cultivating. Those who were rewarded by Yang Kai were naturally refining the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Those who hadn't condensed a Dao seal were strengthening their foundation under Guozian's supervision and guidance. They were working hard to make the Dao seal they condensed in the future stronger so that it could bear the power of a higher grade. Then there was Star City and Crimson Star. Crimson Star had spread the news that Yang Kai had become a consecrator and wantonly promoted it. Crimson Star's reputation, which had fallen to rock bottom, skyrocketed. Currently, Crimson Star could be said to be the most powerful force in the entire great cosmological realm. Just recently, they had recruited as many as 5,000 people. The entire Star City had also been expanded several times. Whether it was the area or the cultivator gathered here, it was more than 3 to 4 times more than before. Yuhi had been on Crimson Star's side all this time because she had to monitor Crimson Star's income to prevent those guys from doing anything. After all, 70% of the income came from Yang Kai. She hadn't returned for the past 2 months. The 3 disciples of Great Moon Province, led by Meng Hong, were also cultivating in seclusion. Even Chen Yu was condensing the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Guo Ziyan scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I'm the only one who's free now. If Master has anything to say, just tell me and I'll do it for you." His 2nd grade heaven opening realm had already been fixed. Apart from taking the heaven opening pill to slowly improve his grade, he didn't have much hope. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. The improvement of the heaven opening realm's grade was the accumulation of years and months. It couldn't be done overnight. How could Yang Kai have anything to tell him? The current situation was the best for him. He could cultivate in peace and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He could only wait for materials of 7th grade and above to appear and take a look. If he could completely condense the yin and yang and 5 elements before the great cosmological realm closed, that would be perfect. Just as he waved his hand to dismiss Guo Ziyan and was preparing to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and said speechlessly, "These 2 guys." Before he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Guo Ziyan's expression changed. He pulled out his saber and blocked in front of Yang Kai. His aura surged like a cheetah about to hunt as he vigilantly stared at the ground. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. "It's my 2 spirit beasts. They probably sensed my aura and came to ask for food." With a crashing sound, a large crater appeared in the ground. From the crater, a wriggling mouthpiece stretched out. Then, a slippery, pitch-black creature rushed into the courtyard and swept away the rockery and pavilion. This disgusting guy was none other than the Earth Dragon. After the Earth Dragon, the Scarlet Flood Dragon also rushed out. Both of them were several dozen feet long, and although the courtyard wasn't small, it was immediately filled with their movements. Guo Ziyan staggered backwards, but there wasn't even a place to stand. He had no choice but to fly up into the air and look down with a speechless expression. The Earth Dragon lingered around Yang Kai, its mouthpart squirming endlessly, opening from time to time for him to see. Its meaning could not be more obvious. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not do so, it had been cruising around Yang Kai, glancing at Yang Kai from time to time. When he first met these 2 guys, they were both about 300 feet long, but now they had both grown to 400 to 500 feet. It could be said that they had grown tremendously. 4 vicious beasts like them, the larger their bodies, the stronger they would be. This should be the effect of the dragon blood pill. Yang Kai had collected dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. The grade was extremely high, so the dragon blood pills refined from them were naturally extraordinary. Recently, when he was cultivating his spear arts, he did not forget to take them. It had clearly improved him. If even he was like this, then there was no need to mention the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon. The amount of dragon blood pills refined last time was not small. Moreover, that place was the Scarlet Flood Dragon's territory. Yang Kai had robbed the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and now that they came to ask for food, how could Yang Kai not give them to them? If he gave them to the Scarlet Flood Dragon, how could the Earth Dragon be left behind? Fortunately, their needs were not too high. Occasionally taking one was enough to satisfy them, and it was enough for them to digest for a long time. If their needs were too high, Yang Kai would not be willing to part with them. 2 dragon blood pills were thrown out, and the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon happily swallowed them. The Earth Dragon shook its tail and plunged back into the cave, disappearing. However, the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not leave. Instead, it sent a message to Yang Kai with its divine sense. With the consumption of dragon blood pills, their intelligence had increased, and it was not difficult for them to send some simple messages. Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. Why is she here? The Scarlet Flood Dragon's divine sense surged again. A moment later, Yang Kai nodded and said, I know, don't be afraid. I'll go take a look. After the Scarlet Flood Dragon left through the cave, Yang Kai said to Guo Ziyan, I'm going out for a while. Guo Ziyan quickly said, then this subordinate will accompany you. No need, I'm going to see Ian, an old friend. When the words fell, Yang Kai had already disappeared, leaving Guizian puzzled, not knowing who that old friend was. 100 miles away from Star City, on top of a small mountain, there was a wooden house. In front of the house, a graceful woman was gazing at Star City, motionless like a reef. It was as if a strong wind was brushing past her face, causing her long hair to flutter. The woman instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Just as she was feeling suspicious, a voice came from behind her. "Are you looking for me for revenge?" The woman was shocked and quickly turned around, but after seeing the person's face, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and shook his head. "No murderous intent, no resentment. If you aren't looking for me for revenge, then why are you staring at my movements?" This woman was Sword Pavilion's Lu Shui. Yang Kai didn't know why she would appear here. Chapter 4057. That day in Sword Pavilion Star City, Yang Kai fought with Head Mantis. Head Mantis died, and Yang Kai didn't have a good time either. He was heavily injured and left with Lu Shui supporting each other. She took them to a hidden place to heal. Yang Kai's recovery was amazing, and he was fine after 3 to 5 days. He didn't even say goodbye to her before he left. After all, in Yang Kai's opinion, they were enemies. He was surprised that Lu Shui didn't take the opportunity to plot against him, so why would she say goodbye to him before she left? He thought it would be difficult to meet her in the great cosmological realm, but who knew that he would receive a message from the Red Flood Dragon today and know that she was outside this star city. The Scarlet Flood Dragon had been slashed in the neck by Lu Shui at the Origin Magnet Mountain, and his head had almost been chopped off. He naturally hated her to the bone and remembered her aura, so it wasn't strange for him to discover her tracks. Because of the enmity of that day, the Red Flood Dragon repeatedly came here to find trouble with Lu Shui, wanting to take revenge. Unfortunately, Lu Shui had been avoiding it. Whenever the Red Flood Dragon came, she would run far away and wait for the Red Flood Dragon to leave before coming back. After repeating this several times, the Red Flood Dragon couldn't do anything to her. After seeing Yang Kai this time, it told Yang Kai this news, probably wanting Yang Kai to stand up for it. Otherwise, why would Yang Kai specially come here? More than 2 months had passed since the last time they parted. Lu Shui's injuries were much better, but her aura was still a little unstable, and her face was slightly pale. She probably hadn't fully recovered. After all, she was injured by the Golden Crow True Fire, and it would take a year or so of cultivation to fully recover. "Is there something you need from me?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. This woman didn't have any killing intent, and there was no resentment in her eyes. She probably wasn't here for revenge. Lu Shui nodded gently. "What is it? Speak." Lu Shui opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but after holding back for a while, she couldn't say anything. Yang Kai was a little impatient. He was in a hurry to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, and didn't want to waste time with this woman. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Then we'll talk after you've thought it through." He turned and was about to leave. Behind him came Lu Shui's anxious voice, "This concubine wants to follow master." She was afraid that Yang Kai would really leave just like that, so she shouted a little louder. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her in surprise. "What did you say?" He suspected that he had misheard. Otherwise, why would there be such a ridiculous request? Lu Shui stared at him, her face slightly red. She lowered her head and said, "I want to follow master, please allow me to do so." This time, Yang Kai heard it clearly, but he still found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, Lu Shui's actions in the Sword Pavilion Star Market were already incomprehensible to him, and now she was making such an even more incomprehensible request. She had been tormented by the Golden Crow primordial fire to the point that she wished she was dead, and had almost lost her life. How could she not have any resentment towards Yang Kai? He had killed hundreds of people from Sword Pavilion. Even a leader like Zhong Fanqiang and Qing Yun had died at the hands of Yang Kai. If it had been anyone else, they would have found an opportunity to take revenge. However, in the Sword Pavilion Star Market, she had taken the seriously injured Yang Kai to a remote place to recuperate. Even if she was magnanimous and could let go of this hatred, at most, she would mind her own business with Yang Kai. Why would she ask to follow him? Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if she had ulterior motives. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to follow you. The great cosmological realm is dangerous, and I want to leave alive. Lu Shui looked up and explained softly. If she hadn't seen the huge change in the Sword Pavilion star market with her own eyes, Lu Shui might not have thought of this. However, even the Sword Pavilion master, who was a 6th grade heaven opening cultivator, had been killed, and there were traces of divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. She was all alone, and she really didn't feel safe. After thinking about it, she still felt that it was safer to follow Yang Kai. At the very least, he was the strongest in the great cosmological realm. If a great tribulation really came, Yang Kai had the greatest chance of leaving safely. The reason why she was hiding here was because of her identity. After all, she was the leader of Sword Pavilion. If she really went to the Red Star market, she would definitely be caught. She was looking at the star market from here to see when Yang Kai would come out. However, instead of Yang Kai, Kai Jiao had come several times. Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes, his gaze deep, as if he could see into the depths of her heart and see through her hidden thoughts. Lu Shui was calm, without the slightest bit of guilt. After a while, Yang Kai grinned. Do you really have such intentions? Lu Shui nodded seriously, not a word of falsehood. Don't you feel wronged? Miss Yu he is also following master, and she is even more powerful than me. Does she feel wronged? If there was no precedent like Yu he, she really wouldn't have made this request. Clever and eloquent, heh. Yang Kai slowly shook his head with his hands behind his back. Lu Shui blushed slightly. Master, are you afraid? Are you afraid that I will recover and kill you when you are unprepared? She was already a little ashamed to make this request, but Yang Kai kept asking questions, making it even more difficult for her to control herself and a little angry. Afraid my ass. Yang Kai snorted. A 4th stage heaven splitter really didn't pose much of a threat to him in the great cosmological realm, so he decisively said, since you have delivered yourself to my door, this king will not refuse. He wanted to see what this little girl wanted to do. Instead of guessing her purpose, it was better to keep her by his side. If she really had ulterior motives, she would be exposed sooner or later, and he could just kill her. Striding towards Lu Shui, Yang Kai arrived in front of her in a few steps, stretched out his hand, grabbed her waist, and pulled her into his arms, shouting in a low voice, "Don't resist." Lu Shui's eyes widened, and her mouth and nose were instantly filled with a vigorous aura. Her mind was suddenly in a mess, and she almost slapped him. What did he want to do? Did he misunderstand something? She just said that she wanted to follow him, and she didn't mean anything else. Lu Shui wanted to cry but had no tears. She wanted to resist, but with Yang Kai's terrifying strength, how could she resist in her current state? In a flash, a phrase popped up in Lu Shui's mind, a sheep in the tiger's den. While her thoughts were running wild, she suddenly felt the space around her distort, and she fell into darkness. The darkness swallowed all her perception, making her feel great fear. In just a moment, her vision blurred, and she recovered. Yang Kai let go of her, raised his hand to grab the blue dragon spear, and walked forward, saying, "Your injuries haven't healed yet, so heal yourself. Don't bother me if there is nothing." Arriving 1,000 feet away, he practiced his spear arts and soon immersed himself in it. Lu Shui stared at him blankly, and it took a long time for her to recover. She turned her head and looked around. This was not the mountain peak she was on just now, but another place, and she didn't know how far it was. Spatial teleportation. Lu Shui's expression turned serious. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood just now. Yang Kai wasn't hugging her to take advantage of her, but rather to take her with him through the void. Telling her not to resist was for her own good. While traveling through the void, if she made any sudden movements, she might be swallowed by the void and never be able to find her way back. Her pale face was slightly red, and she stood there quietly, watching Yang Kai's spear dance, sweeping through the void. Soon, she found some clues. Yang Kai displayed countless spear arts, one move after another, bold and powerful, sometimes wide open, sometimes as fine as rain. It seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, and an ordinary cultivator would not be able to receive a single spear attack from him. Even if she, a fourth-rank cultivator, opened the sky, she would not be able to hold on for long before being defeated. But there was always a trace of incongruity. Lu Shui frowned slightly, not knowing what this trace of incongruity was. After a few days, Yang Kai was actually able to perform those spear techniques again. After a few days, it was the same again. Lu Shui silently counted. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had used a total of 1,134 different spear Dao secret techniques, each one different from the last. What's more, every time he used them again, he seemed to be more proficient. That's right. Lu Shui finally understood what the incongruity she saw at the beginning was. That was immaturity. Although Yang Kai's moves were extraordinarily powerful, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, fumbling forward on the spear path, each step more stable and solid than the last. Time flew, and a month later, Yang Kai put away his spear, frowning in contemplation. Through this period of cultivation, he had indeed gained a lot, but when he recalled the mantis head saber arts, he could still feel the difference between him and his opponent. His opponent's saber arts were natural, and each saber attack was like a hanging antelope's horn, untraceable, impossible to guard against, and extremely powerful. Could it be that his cultivation method was wrong? As he was contemplating, he suddenly heard a voice, "Master, are you cultivating spear arts?" Turning his head, he saw that Lu Shui had walked over. Yang Kai nodded and grunted. If she hadn't spoken, he would have almost forgotten about her. Lu Shui said, "Master is practicing 1,000 types of spear arts. Are you trying to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools? I have this idea, but I don't feel that the gains are much." Yang Kai was a little depressed. Compared to the beginning, he had indeed grown a lot on the path of spear arts, but it was much smaller than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he hadn't had enough time to cultivate. Lu Shui said slowly, "Master's method is very similar to an old friend of mine." Oh! Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Your old friend also cultivated like this?" Lu Shui nodded and said softly, "Yes, but he didn't collect as many spear arts as Master, only 100 to 200. Yang Kai was able to obtain so many spear arts from the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if Lu Shui's old friend was at the heaven-opening realm, he probably wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Being able to collect 100 to 200 was already a great effort. How did his cultivation go in the end? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. He succeeded, Lu Shui said slowly. A look of reminiscence appeared on her face. He spent several dozen years gathering the strengths of 100 schools, eliminating the impurities and preserving the essences to cultivate a shortkill spear. That spear was his strongest attack, and I once sparred with him. Heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same realm would find it difficult to resist. A shortkill spear. Yang Kai couldn't help but look fascinated, but when he heard Lu Shui say that this person had spent several dozen years, he was speechless. If gathering the strengths of 100 schools took several dozen years, then how many years would it take for him to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools? Chapter 4058. Fortunately, in the great cosmological realm, there was a lot of time for Yang Kai to squander. Before finding suitable treasures, he could not condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have the time to cultivate these. Can you tell me about your old friend's specific cultivation path? Yang Kai asked curiously. Lu Shui said, his approach is exactly the same as Master's. He collected more than 100 spear techniques and practiced them every day. I remember that when he was cultivating, he once said that when he forgot all the 100 spear techniques and only had 1 spear left, then he would be done. When I saw him again after a few decades, he had already succeeded. Forget the 100 spear techniques and only have 1 spear left. Yang Kai seemed to understand the man's intention. However, this was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? 4 spear techniques, the more one performed them, the more skilled they became. At the very least, Yang Kai had been like this for the past 2 to 3 months. Once he performed it many times and comprehended the essence, it would become a brand of memory in his body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to forget such things. However, this sentence opened a new door for him. His eyes lit up. Your old friend is amazing, amazing. Lu Shui smiled slightly. Master, maybe you can give it a try. Yang Kai chuckled. He has his path, and I have mine. His path may not be suitable for me, but it is indeed worth learning from. You may leave first. After saying that, he practiced the 1,000 spear techniques again. There was no time in the mountains, and there was no flowing time, Great Emperor, in cultivation. On Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai cultivated diligently. Ever since he started cultivating, there had never been a time when he was so passionately and single-mindedly devoted to something. Every day, more than 1,000 spear techniques bloomed in his hands with brilliant splendor. Every 2 months, he would make a trip back to Star City. Firstly, he wanted to show his face to deter some rascals. Secondly, he wanted to check on the situation of his subordinates. Their progress was very good. The dozen or so people who had not condensed their Dao seals gradually condensed their own Dao seals. Furthermore, they had all surpassed the limits of what they could achieve. They had also satisfied Yang Kai's previous request. Each of them found Yu He and took out Tier 4 and even Tier 5 heavenly and earthly treasures to condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements. Those who had already condensed their Dao seals and laid down their foundations were also trying their best to obtain the strongest power within the limits of what they could withstand. Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing Lang Qingshan. This guy was indeed able to withstand the impact of the 5th grade heavenly treasure on the Dao seal. He had already condensed the power of the wood element. When Yang Kai returned, he gave him a portion of the primordial fire of the sun. Now, he was cultivating in seclusion to condense the fire element. With such speed and aptitude, he was considered pretty good even in the Blessed Enclave. The income of Star City was not cheap. Yang Kai took 70% of the profits and naturally made a lot of money. However, these things were just worldly possessions. His own strength was the foundation of his foothold. Therefore, he did not stay for long every time he returned. At most, he would return to Crouching Dragon Mountain after 1 or 2 days to continue his cultivation. What he was worried about did not happen. The heavenly lunar demon spider did not appear again after wiping out the Sword Pavilion Star City. However, in various parts of the great cosmological realm, the cultivators' strongholds were destroyed by the beast tide from time to time. Some of the strongholds were even massacred with no survivors. She wanted to go back to Red Star to report to Yu He, but she was afraid that Yang Kai would have an accident if she left, so she could only accompany him. After more than 2 years, her injuries had already healed and she had returned to her peak state. Even so, her mental state was always tense, making her feel a little tired. One day, the seemingly muddle-headed Kai Yang, whose eyes had always been lifeless, suddenly moved his eyes. The spear in his hands, which had been repeating the most simple movements, suddenly began to move. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, smooth and smooth. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the dragon pressure filled the air, enveloping the world. Lu Shui was shocked. When she looked up, it was as if she saw a giant dragon coiling between the heavens and earth, looking down on her, making her heart tremble. The sky was shrouded in spear shadows, and there was no trace of Yang Kai. In her field of vision, there was only the spear light that pierced through the heavens and earth. Not limited to action, not limited to appearance, not limited to one state, not limited to one, not only thunder and wind, but also rain and wind, transcending the heavens and earth, 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 transcending the heavens and earth. My spear is free, my heart is free. Laughing wildly to the heavens, shaking the heavens and earth, startling the birds and insects. When Lu Shui's vision recovered, she saw Yang Kai's black hair fluttering in the air, holding the spear with one arm, his pair of black eyes shining brightly. The surrounding void was filled with a brand of spear scars, and under the effect of the heavens and earth principles, they were slowly restored. What a terrifying spear technique! Lu Shui's heart trembled as she stared blankly at the spear scars that were gradually mending. She knew that this young man's strength had soared greatly after this transformation. However, he was walking the same path as that old friend of hers. After forgetting more than 1,000 spear techniques, shouldn't he have cultivated a sure kill spear technique? Why was the final result so different? Just now, at the last moment, the spear technique young Kai displayed was indescribable. It seemed to be even stronger than that shortkill spear technique, and although the shortkill spear technique was fierce, it had been completely fixed and there was no room for improvement. On the other hand, young Kai's spear technique had endless possibilities. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Was it really like what he said, that he had his Tao and she had her own path? Master, what kind of spear is that? Lu Shui asked curiously. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before grinning. Unrestrained spear. Unrestrained spear. Lu Shui murmured before nodding seriously. Endless variations, endless power, not limited to any technique, free from the will of the heart, worthy of its name. Pursing her lips, she smiled. But unrestrained spear doesn't sound very pleasing to the ear. Why don't we call it the Great Unrestrained Spear? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although it was only a single word, the meaning was completely different. Laughing, he said, "Good, we'll do as you say, the Great Unrestrained Spear." Holding the spear in his hand, Yang Kai was filled with pride. After 2 years of hard work, he had cultivated the Great Unrestrained Spear, which could be said to be a great achievement. With this spear technique in hand, although he didn't dare say that the Black Dragon Spear's full power would be unleashed, it would at least be much better than before. If the mantis head didn't die and Yang Kai fought him again, he was confident that he could kill him within 10 breaths. The mantis head saber technique was natural, but Yang Kai's spear technique was no longer the same as before. Compared to 2 years ago, it had been reborn. Now that he had mastered his spear technique, there was no need to cultivate here anymore, so he instructed Lu Shui, "Pack up and come back with me." Lu Shui responded, feeling a little nervous. After all, her identity was a bit sensitive, and she didn't know if she would be mocked or ridiculed by others. However, since she had chosen to follow Yang Kai, she could only endure even if others rolled their eyes at her. As long as she could leave the great cosmological realm safely, it didn't matter if she suffered some grievances. Taking out his communication bead, Yang Kai learned that Yuhi had contacted him many times. Previously, he would return to Star City every 3 months, but in the past year, he had reached a critical juncture and hadn't shown up. Yuhi was probably worried about him. At this moment, another message came from his communication bead. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and said in surprise, "Little fatty, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Don't even think about leaving this time." His message actually said that little fatty Shu Zhen had come to find him and had been waiting for him for 2 months. This little fatty came from the divine cauldron cave heaven and was an expert in artifact refining. He was even more proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. Yang Kai had wanted him to help arrange a spirit array in Star City, but unfortunately, he didn't know where he was. He didn't expect to receive news of him at this time. In a few steps, Yang Kai walked to Lu Shui's side, grabbed her arm, and urged the power of the space spirit bead to instantly disappear. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,